I kind of want to talk, but I thought I would just sit here in silence. I'm watching a video for Breath of the Wild right now. I've seen it before. I just want to play the game really bad. Yeah, it's IGN's video, 90 minutes. Okay. This is definitely no longer a meditative stream. If the issues are I can't listen to this. If the issues are transmission based, what do you mean? Do you mean if the issue is from the video itself? Because it's not from the video. Low frame rate because of streaming issues, no. They released the raw footage on the Nintendo channel. It's not from the Game Awards, it's the direct-to-video. Like, I made 2 videos about the frame rate. The second one was like a short video comparing the frames. And other people did other tests in the same location. And every time, the old footage, the frame rate dropped significantly, similar to the comparison that I did. But on the Switch footage, it doesn't drop like that. I want to play the game though. Can we meditate? We can try to. Showing the sub counts. It's kind of irrelevant. There's voice chat happening today. Maybe I'll join in. I feel like I get awkward though. I don't know how to interact with people sometimes. I don't think I've ever done like really successful focused meditation. I could have like a second audio channel Or it'd be me and one other person, and it'd be one-on-one dialogue with people. Yeah, this stream seems less meditative now. I'm sorry. I think the title is a lie. Like, the main reason I went live is because I've been kind of unproductive lately. And I feel like if I'm just being unproductive, I might as well just go live and be like, hello. Because I feel like I've been doing nothing for the last few days. So might as well just go live and do nothing. And usually that tends to cheer me up. I don't know. There was a period of time recently where I was like getting a lot of things done. But lately, it feels like the last few days I've been not as good at doing that. See, that would be the real audition room. I'd have to make a second voice channel for people who just want to talk. Maybe I could have 3 voice channels. A dungeon voice channel, which would be a disaster. No, never mind. I don't want to do that. Okay, so what if there was audition room? And then there was like general chit chat or something. I don't know. Whatever. Let's see, how would I set this up? Okay. Permissions. Wait, how do I like drag people into a voice channel? Wait, can I just rename the audition room to something else? What should it be called? Does anyone have good ideas for a name? Like the name of a place where people talk off stream. It would still be proletariat required. The ballroom. Ballroom, Speakeasy. The court. Yeah, because audition room fits with what I'm trying to do. So I'm gonna change the name, but I need to name it something. Call it ballroom, please. What's the Google definition of ballroom? A large room used for dancing. I think it's pretty appropriate. Alright. So now I'm creating a new voice channel. The audition room. Only I can access this channel. But now, how do I drag people in? Oh. I can just drag them in. Wow. So, yeah, if I wanted to, we could have some one-on-one conversations, maybe. Okay, well, it's set up now, so if if I was to do such a thing, I could do it. You can set limits for rooms. User limits. Okay, so I could have it, I could have it open. I could have it open so anyone could just join it, or I could drag people in. Maybe I should open it up. I think I'm just gonna open it. Someone joined. Wait, I'm muted. Wait, hold on. Hello.
I'm right here. I'm gonna go ahead and mute the stream audio. Did you mean NRT?
Hold on.
Okay.
No. See, I need to make a new audio overlay so we know who's speaking.
Discord comes with one, I think.
Yeah, I know. I just have to like edit it. No, I did this wrong. Where's Stream Kit?
I want to point out that the ballroom isn't a proletariat voice chat. It's everybody on the server voice chat.
Oh fuck. Wait, no it's not. Wait, what?
The person at the very bottom, last I checked, wasn't actually part of the. If I recall correctly, he's. Oh, never mind. You got made a proletariat. Okay, never
Yeah.
mind.
That's Lou. Okay.
I'm sorry, Lou.
The voice widget. Ballroom. No, audition room. Text size bigger. Okay. Give me that widget. 312 by 600. Properties. Oh my god, it's working.
It's working. Hello, YouTube. Nervous wife.
Alright, cool. Oh shit. Okay. Alright, hello.
Hello.
I'm very bad at conversation, so.
It's okay. I'm as pleased to meet you, NRC. I'm a simple little Yoshi Melee main from California.
Oh, a Yoshi main.
Yep. My doubles partner actually likes dabbling in Zelda.
I think Zelda is not a very good doubles character.
It is not.
Yeah.
I can't play Yoshi with any type of floaty character, and I can't play Yoshi with any type of heavy hitting character like Ganondorf or Zelda, sometimes Captain Falcon, because if your partner's not paying too much attention, it can literally just kill you by accident. So I do dabble in a little bit of Marth because of this. But
yeah,
I love Yoshi so much.
Well, I don't know how good of a doubles character Yoshi is.
Yoshi could do some very interesting stuff.
Actually, okay.
Yoshi is an amazing edge guarder.
I know that. This is Melee, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Melee.
So, yeah, years and years ago, I knew. I need to change my hold on. I need to change my stream title because I'm just gonna call it auditions. Okay. Okay. Anyway. Okay. So years ago, you know, I was part of the Wisconsin area Smash people. Wisconsin Smasher, and sometimes we'd play against people from Minnesota. And I don't know if you know him now, kind of like an old school legend almost, but Super Doodle Man. Do you know who that is?
Super Doodle Man was the one who did all the frame data stuff.
Yeah, he did a lot of like action replay tasks kind of stuff, and like yeah. But yeah, he used to play competitively as well. And his brother, Shanson, often played as Yoshi. And they would team, and it'd be Peach Yoshi. The Peach Yoshi team.
That sounds horrible.
It was pretty effective. Well, that was back in 2000, I don't know, 2008 or something, 2007.
What I mean by it sounds horrible is you're right, it sounds effective because of the coverage that you wind up getting. Yoshi is able to guard the just the edges really well, and can actually juggle pretty decently. And if I remove all the tech that came up relatively recently, or rather the habits, I can see it working. But the issue that I have with it is Yoshi doesn't doubles well with floaties because I don't know, he doubles better than most other characters, but at the same time, I don't like him with floaties because Yoshi and its 2v1 just doesn't feel right to me.
Wait, what do you mean?
Sorry, my personal philosophy when I doubles with a floaty is you need to be playing a character that's decent at the 2v1 matchup because you have to burn all the time that it takes for your double partner to come back.
Okay, so you want like Fox or Sheik or something?
I'd wind up going Falco.
Oh.
But it's just because the way that I view things, Falco kind of plays like Yoshi a little bit. Not a lot, but it's just a personal viewpoint for how to deal with Yoshi. With Falco, I feel a lot safer doing a 2v1, at least in the current meta, because it's a lot easier to be non-committal with Falco than it is with Yoshi. With Yoshi, you wind up needing to commit, and you wind up needing to do heavy trades.
I tried to play Yoshi. Well, I tried to play a lot of characters in Melee, and like there was a period of time where I would like occasionally try playing as Yoshi, and my Yoshi was never very good. But I kind of just like did a lot of forward airs, which is kind of it felt kind of committal and like I was never very effective with Yoshi.
When you land those forward airs, you feel very rewarded though. So it becomes a really weird habit of just like, if I could land this, I could follow up with something else, like another forward air.
I would do like lots of down
So
tilts.
you wind up just wanting to go for it.
My Yoshi was pretty much like down tilt, down smash, forward air, double jump cancel, nair, and I guess up airs.
Everything but the double jump cancel nair is like something most Yoshis will go over. The only time Yoshi will do a double jump cancel nair these days is if it's a reverse double jump cancel nair, because normal double jump cancel nair, just due to the hitbox properties, isn't a terribly good move.
I guess it's risky too, because if you get hit out of it, then you don't have your double jump, and that's really bad as Yoshi.
Yeah. Whereas if you delay the double jump, wait for them to hit you, use the jump armor or the relatively small stun due to the way jump armor works to let you get the nair in, that's amazing. If you just double jump cancel nair empty in the ground, not as good. Reverse double jump cancel, because it swings your hitbox out, it's a lot better.
What about trying to juggle people with double jump cancel up air?
Double jump cancel up air is godlike. In fact, not only could you double juggle people with it, do the hitbox properties of the up air, you're really low to the ground. Your displacement puts you really low, and almost all your hurt boxes are pretty much right on the ground, and your tail is massive when it comes to the actual damage. The Yoshi Discord currently is in the middle of a joint matchup discussion with the Peach players, and just a lot of them saying the hitbox for the tail, it just makes me feel warm inside.
Do you play online at all?
I have everything set up to play online, but I don't at the moment. I have everything put away because I'm the one who winds up bringing the setup to my locals. And we had our last locals this past Friday, and I had to go out yesterday, so I haven't had everything reset up from a practice setup yet. But when it comes to online play, I don't do it that often. I only do it if I want to mess around with somebody.
Yeah, I never played Melee online, but I pretty much only play Smash Wii U online. I don't really travel for it.
Yeah, I actually really like Smash Wii U to a degree. I just don't like the community behind it.
I guess I don't really have an opinion about the community, except that I went to a couple locals in Chicago and it felt kind of uncomfortable. But that's about it. I was also at Smash the Record, which was alright. That was like not this year though. That was like the previous year.
I think previous year was so much better than this year, but I haven't been either. I don't travel much, admittedly.
I used to travel a lot, but that was like way back though. Like 2006 to 2010 or so, 2011.
I have a guilty pleasure of just watching your videos and just thinking as to the differences between Melee now and then.
I'm gonna try to find like pretty much every single match I've played that was recorded and get it on my YouTube channel as sort of like an archival, like, I don't know, just like this was my gameplay over years, and it kind of shows the state of the game in a way. I mean, the state of the game and my opponents, not really so much like, you know, because I wasn't a top player.
But at the same time, it's still very interesting to watch.
Yeah, it can be.
You could you could learn a lot just watching those before you, and sometimes even yourself.
Yeah, I watched
Um,
some of the old videos and I'm like, yeah, there's a lot of bad stuff happening, but it's still interesting.
and there's a lot of stuff that are really fun to watch still. Some good decisions that um, the players that I play with to this day don't tend to do. Also, stuff that wouldn't work now but worked then, and that alone is just nice to watch and admire to a degree.
You know, it's funny,
Because
when I was playing Melee in 2006, I remember I was thinking that I joined the scene too late in 2006 because, like, I don't know, there was like the MLGs and stuff, and that was kind of dying
yeah,
down just as I was kind of getting more into it. And I was like, I felt like I kind of had missed out a bit, that I wasn't in it from the get go, despite, having the game on launch day 2001 and playing it a lot since the beginning, but just not really being too aware of the whole scene until I guess at the FC3 crew battles and stuff. That was like
I
forever ago.
I actually didn't. Yeah, I actually didn't get into it until relatively recently.
Yeah,
Like
so there was some
one year
there was
anniversary.
some poll or something where uh like 90% of the players or something are in the last few years.
I'm in that percentile because I joined in like my anniversary for being in the scene was like last August, not this past one, the one before it.
Okay.
Um, but
So you've been playing a bit over a
I
year
kind
then.
of yeah, and I kind of view the way that just the scene in general is in like actually I'm not going to describe it in those terms because I saw a picture that described it a lot better, and I don't want to what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to use terms other than the ones that that picture used, but I'm also a little too lazy to pick up that picture again. But just the eras and the story arcs, not story arcs, the eras and the just general meta arcs that existed throughout the years are wonderful to have to go through. Um, and each one, I find myself going, like, that would have been an interesting era to be in, but at the same time, I'm happy that I joined in this era because even though I might be the most technical players, even though I play a highly technical character, even though I have hand issues even before I joined the community, um, I like the community where it is now. It's a very interesting place to be in. Um, it's a lot more honest in a lot of ways than it probably would have been had I joined back then. Um, and the other thing is, it's at a state where pretty much most of the information we have is literally at our fingertips, and we're still finding more ways to interpret it, more ways to actually use it into bettering ourselves as players, bettering our characters metagame, bettering those around us, and trying to see what we could do to get better. And I say this just just getting better at the game and better as a person in general, thanks to Melee sometimes. I don't know, I feel like I'm being a little corny sometimes.
I don't know. I don't think it's really corny. Uh I feel like it was kind of like a like a journey and a growth and I don't know. Like when I played it, it was I don't know. I guess you said it pretty well. I don't really know what else to add to that.
At the moment, I'm actually I don't know 100% how to go about this, but I'm trying to get to the point where I could be a pretty decent coach at the game. So at the moment, what I do is I lurk around the Yoshi Discord and help other Yoshis out, and I help them improve their gameplay by offering opinion and analysis on what they're doing, what they could possibly be doing better, things to look out for, better ways to approach the neutral, which is
Is
Yoshi's
everyone
one of
on
the
Discord
Yoshi
and
weakest
Facebook
points.
and stuff, or is anyone posting on Smashboards? Because back in the day, all of the like matchup advice and everything, like everything was on Smashboards, and it
We
was fun times.
we still we still refer to what we call the Yoshi Bible, which is the Smashboards thread some Yoshi information. We have a link to that in the Discord, and we was like, you should refer to the Yoshi Bible if you want to know how to do that. Because it's like perhaps man managed to dig up all the information and just put it all in one place, and then after that happened, he was like, this is some Yoshi information. It wound up being so much that there exists a lot in it that to this day Yoshis don't realize is in there. um, and like stuff like Fox tech chasing, Falco tech chasing, Captain Falcon tech chasing, um, stuff like the up smash coverage on certain platforms of certain stages, um, stuff like option selecting using pairing as a tool in order how to counter Sheik's various options when you're trying to run up to a Sheik or trying to do stuff to you. Just really random stuff like that. And every so often we'll say, just look at the Yoshi Bible, it's probably in there. And if it's not, then if you look through the many plethora of pages, there's going to be some information pertaining to Yoshi somewhere on there. I've literally read about pairing so many times and feel like I've understood it a little bit more each time because of how much information is on the Smashboards. But at the moment, yes, most of the conversations for character discussion happen either on the character Facebooks, which are fairly secluded, or the Smash Discords, which are very inclusive and have all this information that people tend to gather for their character and share notes with other characters so they could try to get better. Last time I heard it plugged at a major, they were referring to the Ice Climbers Discord as credit for some of the Ice Climbers players doing better than they did in the past.
I never like I ditched my Facebook account forever ago, and I never saw any of like the Smash Facebook stuff. I just know that it was like pretty active. I guess depending on like the
I
region or something, but I think it's been pretty active in
I'm
general.
I'm only really on there so I could know if there's tournaments. It's like, oh, there's a local tournament. It got posted on Facebook. Okay,
So
but
you
other
started
than that,
playing after
it's
AMSA came in, right?
um, a little after, but that's not what wound up causing me to join the scene. I actually wound up joining initially. I am so sorry about the dog going bork bork. He's just so annoying. He does it endlessly. There's a dog right next to them. Actually, two dogs, and all three of them are outside at all times, and they're just looking at each other face to face. It's ridiculous. But I wound up joining from Smash Four. Smash Four came out. I was like, I want to get in the Smash community, so I'm gonna go ahead and buy a 2DS, and I'm gonna buy the game for the 2DS. So I play it, try to get friends to play it. Nobody's playing it. I feel sad. Think I'm hot shit. I'm not. And then I play Project Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I mean Project M. And I pick up Squirtle, and I get excited for the first time that I'm winning a character, that I'm learning things that I could do with a character. I start learning all the stuff about dog shifting, grab combos. Squirtle has this chain grab where if you dash into a grab, you could actually throw them forward and then immediately use the momentum from you sliding to dash into another grab and just do that endlessly. It was the first time I ever chain grabbed anybody, and I was just really excited to learn as much as I could about it. And this is before I had a GameCube controller, because while I played as a kid, I never actually owned a GameCube myself, never had a controller myself, and the controller I was using just broke. So I went out, bought a GameCube controller, and then literally a month after it arrived, I was like, I want to play Melee. So I bought a copy of Melee off of a friend, set up my Wii to play it, and was like, okay, who do I play? I'm going to play Ice Climbers. Then, under a joke, I decided to look at to how difficult she would be to play, and he looked difficult, really difficult. I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna want to play this. And I looked at one more Yoshi video, Red Edson Thompson video that he did even before he came to the States, if I recall correctly, of him just showcasing tech skill. And he looks so happy. The character itself, I mean, just sliding around the platforms to the music. And honestly, made me feel better. And it made me feel like I wanted to be that happy. So poured my all into moving like Yoshi, and I am a horrible Yoshi movement person, but I wound up liking it, and I stuck with it. And that dog makes me cry.
I sort of like my greatest moments in Melee were um, before the scene. It was like the most dead era, kind of. It was like after Brawl, where some people went back to Melee, or like some people. It felt like a very divisive time, and like our large regionals cracked 100 players, but it was still like it just felt not very active, kind of. And that was the era in which I had like my best moments in the game, and now it's like it's crazy how many people play it now. So it's just kind of like strange to me when I think about that.
I can't even think of the number actually, mainly because you're talking about many different players from many different regions. The different regions themselves are growing bigger. Um, that said, I live in NorCal, so
Yeah,
the
see
group
that
that I'm in
location
is
that you live like matters.
it does. And to be honest, I don't play with the higher players most of the time in NorCal because they will wreck me like no tomorrow.
Well, at least you're
Um,
nearby that though. Oh,
but
well, relatively nearby.
yeah, oh yeah.
It kind of felt
Um,
like bad, kind of growing up in the Midwest, and then like feeling like we were always outclassed by like everyone else.
yeah, it's hard to improve without lot of other groups there being able to push you to improve. I probably wouldn't strive to get as good as I did had I not decided, you know what, I'm going to money match SFAT to see how bad I actually am. And then I did. And I took two stocks, um, but it didn't end well.
You reminded me of a tournament where I lost to SFAT 1-2, but I forgot to ban a certain stage, and I regretted that.
Same tournament, I wound up losing to Germ. Got 4-0'd twice. He took his link to me on Stadium. It was my very first tournament.
Link is another character that I played a bunch of.
Yeah, friend of mine named Richard, he played Link since day one. He still has his 1.0 version of Melee,
Oh, for the
and
glitch where you
he
fly
plays
up.
Link and Zelda. He never uses it, but he has
I
that
used to
version of
do that
it.
sometimes.
It looks like so much fun, but at the same time, no, thank you.
It's pretty gimmicky. Like I just do it for fun, or at least I did it for fun.
Yeah, it makes Samus better. So sometimes I feel like I should go to it just so I could play some more Samus. But
Uh, what? Because the SDI change with 1% damage attacks.
um, as to
Yeah.
change, yeah.
Okay.
Although to be fair, it also makes Yoshi better if you're able to land the dare.
Are
But
those also
I
one
don't know.
damage attacks?
No, but they become it when they stale. So what winds up happening is one of your true combos no longer becomes true in 1.02. But it's a really rare combo that nobody ever does because you're having to rely on getting a certain type of hit into a dare, which most Yoshis can't guarantee. And then if you fast fall through it, L cancel down smash, it's supposed to be true unless you're using 1.02 and it gets staled, in which case it no longer becomes true because they could get out of
That's a
it.
very minor detail.
Yeah. But, God. Right, so Richard, I've been playing Link since day one. After playing Germ and Richard, I developed a Link problem across every single Smash Brothers game where I couldn't win a single stock out of any of them, no matter what I did. It was ridiculous. It took me 6 months to get over it.
Link versus Yoshi in Melee.
It started off as that, and then it transferred over to every single game, no matter which Link player, no matter which skill level. I just couldn't beat them. There would be Link players that I could beat in the past, in a different game, and I'd go to them, and they hadn't gotten any better, and it was very clear that they hadn't. But like the fact that they were Link will mentally block me from taking even a single stock. It made me sad.
I think Link is actually one of Zelda's bad matchups in the new Smash.
I could see it. I actually really like Link in the new Smash game.
I mean, I think he's still like lowish tier, but I think his matchup with Zelda is really, really good for Link.
I play Cloud and Roy in that game.
Oh, those are cool characters.
I feel a little guilty playing Cloud sometimes.
Fuck it.
And then I pull up my Roy, which is... I know. It's one of those things where it's like I could feel guilty, but at the same time, I'm playing Cloud not because he's a high tier, which he's not. I'm playing Cloud not because he's easy, which to some people he might be. I'm playing Cloud because I like the way his neutral game works. It feels fun to zone out the way he's letting you, and I'm good at it. I'm good at stalling the game to the point where I could get you to a percentage where I could kill you.
The thing with Cloud is like the fact that he can just charge limit when you're not like harassing him means that
such a good pressure.
Yeah, that's like everything. That just like draws people in. Like,
and
if they don't,
you get one limit.
If they don't chase you
down,
hey,
the dog quieted.
Then you have full limit, and then you have like ridiculous tools, and you're really fast.
That's most of it for me. That's the main reason I play Roy. It's because like Roy is so fast.
Yeah, he is.
And even without that, he has such good tools out of his sour spot stuff.
I still think he's pretty low tier though.
I wouldn't disagree, but at the same time, it's like I just like his combo game enough not to care.
Yeah.
I like his tech chase game where he could tech chase you into a forward smash, and a meaty one too that could kill like ridiculously early. I need to get better at it. I know the frames for it. I just haven't actually put forth the memory recognition, mainly because I'm spending all my time with melee. But yeah, it's one of those things. Have you heard about the Smashbox controversy?
Yeah.
Tempted to ask your opinion on it, but at the same time, it's one of those things where most of what's said has been said. So at this point, it's all just, well, what do you think, TOs? Are you going to listen to either side, or are you going to make a decision that could either grow or stagnate the community? Are you going to risk opening the community up to mods, which a lot of people are arguing won't happen, as in it wouldn't necessarily mean that you can't ban mods anyways, but I don't know.
These things, okay, in some sense I feel like some sort of like expert on this because of how much arguing I did about speedrun rules. It feels very similar to me, where ultimately like you there's not like a correct decision. There's not like a one really true like objective truth, like perfect answer that solves everything, because
there really isn't.
It is what it is. Yeah. So yeah, you can allow it, you can ban it, you know, and people are gonna play on it regardless if you ban it, I think. I don't know. We'll see.
A large reason why people are this concerned about whether or not it is banned is because people who are looking into getting the Smashbox aren't necessarily people in the Smash community. It's people who are wanting to transfer from a different fighting game community to the Smash community and stuff like that in general, at least to the best of my understanding. And even without that, as a person who does suffer from hand
Yeah,
issues,
that's the thing too.
I don't know if this would be as true
I
as you,
suffer
but
I
like
suffer hand
it would be
issues,
nice
and
to help.
yeah.
And while I don't think this would make my hand issues go away, and to be honest, I probably still won't switch over to it. I still would like the option for people who are that concerned about their hands or who take that much care of their hands to actually use it, as opposed to, no, this is what we use. I'm sorry if it wrecks your hands, but this is what we use. But that's a bullshit argument.
I would not mind seeing people using it in tournaments, but yeah, I think the side that says it should not be allowed, I think they also have a point. So it's not really like it's
No,
never a
I
clear
agree.
cut thing. But yeah, the hand issue is like um, it affects me, and yeah, I wonder about like the ergonomics, like how much better they are, and also it's interesting thinking about
Gravy's
just being able to control the game better, like despite it being like it's a sort of gray area thing, but just like the ability to like make the character do what you want the character to do. The thing
yeah,
is,
that is
that
something I
also
would
gets
love.
into the realm of macros and stuff, like a ledge dash button or like a perfect, I don't know, like a I don't know, like a double shine or the wave, I don't know, something, any sort of macro you can think of.
Yeah.
Um,
The guy behind it equated it to basically the same as notches, and I don't know if I agree with that, but
oh wait, do you mean
yeah,
the
I honestly
Smashbox
think
and
that is
notches or
yeah. He said it's practically the same as using
the
notches, and while
Smashbox?
I don't 100% agree with it,
Yeah,
yeah,
see, I think the Smashbox is, well, it's not exactly the same, but it's kind of similar because you're getting like, well, in a way it's kind of similar because you're getting like these really long wave dashes, for example, um,
Mhm.
or shield dropping shit.
I have a controller that shield drops perfectly on both sides, but it has snapback and it has a relatively stiff controller. And my other controller, it doesn't have snapback, but it has no shield drops, so I have to manually do a notchless shield drop, which is harder to do and a lot riskier to do at times, unless you get like muscle memory practiced. Um, but the trade-off is like my just due to it being looser, it makes my double jump counts a lot better. So I wind up in this really weird position where I would like the show drop because I'm Yoshi, but I can't get access to
Yeah,
it. Or when I play
it seems
Falco,
important
I
as
would like
Yoshi because
to be able to not have a snapback when I'm trying to laser.
Yoshi can't jump out of shield in melee.
This is partially true, yes.
So yeah, being able to shield drop.
Um, I love Yoshi's shield options though. As much as everybody gives Yoshi poop about his shield options, Yoshi's melee shield options are delicious.
What do you mean?
Light shielding a Falcon Punch and just going all the way across the stage and popping onto the ledge.
Oh, the light
It is
shield.
so much fun to do. Well, that's one of his options. Like everybody needs to do it at least one day. It
Yeah,
feels
I've done that before. I've done
so
Yoshi's light shield before. It's fun.
and the way parry works is you're jumping out of the pre-shielding animation for
Yeah, see that has to happen before, like as you shield or before you shield. It like once you're already in the shield,
yeah.
then you're kind of stuck in it though.
Your only option is to switch to a light shield and then roll around.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
even then, I don't really mind it because I actually like Yoshi's roll.
I guess you get
I
grabbed.
feel
I
really
guess
bad for
you're
admitting it.
I don't know. Like people could just like grab you a lot, maybe.
He goes into the z-axis a surprisingly large amount for his so you can grab him out of it, you can hit him out of it, but if you're not sure of the correct timing, which for some reason a lot of players
Wait, what
aren't
are you
even
referring to though?
higher level, just Yoshi's roll at
Oh,
z-axis
his roll. Okay.
yeah, his tech roll is awful, but like his roll is actually
I
pretty
hate
decent
characters with bad
when
tech
you're
rolls. I used to play Game and Watch, and Game and Watch has a shit tech roll.
I
And Zelda
know.
has a really good one. Zelda has a really good one.
Like I get stuck in a tech chase. I'm like, no, Yoshi, why are your tech roll so bad? It's like I could tech roll would be the most predictable thing ever. It's like my doubles partner is finally starting to get because we practice one on one a lot. He's finally starting to get good at tech chasing. So he'll start tech chasing me like really badly, and then he stops paying attention. I'm finally out of it. It's I shouldn't be as sad as I am about it, but I am.
Yeah, that sucks.
But at the same time, it's like it's a trade off because he's playing Fox and doing this to me, whereas if I'm playing Yoshi, I could do worse stuff to his Fox.
It's fun to fight uh not super good Fox players because I don't know, the Fox can get beat up really bad.
Yeah. Um, I just I like Yoshi in the spacey matchups. I like Yoshi against Captain Falcon. I like Yoshi against Peach, even though Yoshi loses Peach. Um, like I have a
Well, Yoshi probably
Falco,
loses to
which
all
I'll be
those
willing to
characters.
use for my Sheik. It doesn't lose to Falco.
Yoshi versus Falco.
Falco, I'm going to call it 50-50. Since Falco actually gimps most of Yoshi's trade options, but at the same time, Yoshi could gimp Falco just as hard if you
Yeah,
catch the Falco trying to gimp your trade option. So it winds up becoming a 50-50 after you take lasers out of the equation.
fucking lasers. When I used to play Marth versus Falco, uh, if it was like really heavy lasers, it's sometimes just like I would really
It makes
actually
me so
struggle with
sad.
it.
Yeah, sometimes I'll get stuck in a laser like twice if they're just trying to laser camp me. I'm like, what am I doing? Either crouch cancel laser or parry laser, then jump out of it, and then I got other options.
I was always pretty bad at
Or
power
better
shielding
yet,
lasers
Z
too.
axis laser. Yoshi's power shield is the reason I know how to deal with how to power shield with Yoshi is because Yoshi's power shield is after a certain amount of parry window. So I was like, okay, just go for a parry and just go for slightly late. Slightly early. And what winds up happening is it will just power shield the laser. So like, oh, okay, that works. And if you parry it, then the laser doesn't hurt you, but it also doesn't go anywhere. So it's a little bit forgiving. But yeah, it's just I don't know. I don't mind Falco's lasers that much because I know that there's options to them, and I also know that like when you're first starting out and you get first hit with the laser, you don't know what to do, and then because of that, Falco becomes such a better character because of it. But after you start learning your options around laser and start realizing that good Falcos aren't just charging in; they're actually using their lasers to see your options, mix that up, then the matchup becomes a lot more manageable. Becomes a lot more thoughtful than you would otherwise expect. And in that aspect, I actually find Yoshi and Falco similar because both of them you're looking at what the character could do and what the options they're picking are. I feel like I oversimplified a lot. I'm so sorry. Lasers. I was about to make a horrible joke, so I'm going to make it anyways. Did I get the job?
You're fired.
Gosh. I actually had an interview like a couple weeks back. I went really well, really well for the first three parts of it, where I was talking to the managers, and then I got to the general manager, and then he asked, "Do you have any questions?" And he put my paper down and everything, and I panicked and asked, "What's your favorite color?" And he said black. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do.
So how did that go after that?
Black not a color. The tonality. It's an amazingly beautiful tonality, but it's not a color. Yoshi has grab game actually. Kyle, you're wrong. Yoshi has amazing grab game. Against Fox, you Fox, Falco, and not Falcon because he's too heavy. You grab them, up throw them. You could actually get a up angled forward tilt or an up tilt, and that will actually let you combo them into double jump cancel up airs, and everything combos out of double jump cancel up airs. Um, You grab them, you down throw them. If they don't DI, you could get a double jump cancel up air. If they do DI, then you get a tech chase situation. That's actually really fun to deal with. Um, and the other thing is you could actually double jump cancel, which mixes them up, and then use your neutral B, which puts them in an egg. Which I hate the follow ups after egg, but some people like them. And yes, black is the absence of color, which is why it's technically not a color to photographers. Um, but yeah, so what winds up happening is you. Uh, the other last thing about Yoshi's grab game is he actually has three completely different grab windows, and because of that, you're able to mix them up and trick your opponent by selecting a different window than they're expecting. If you jump cancel grab, it's a different window than if you dash grab, which is actually Yoshi's assist grab, which is unusual for most people, characters, I mean. And then you also have his neutral B, which is a different window entirely. Have the numbers written down somewhere. Don't have
Yeah,
them
I think
anymore.
as Zelda and Melee, jump canceling your dashing grabs is pointless. It's better to just dash grab.
The dash grab, the reason why it's hard to land is because of the z-axis. But if you're willing to deal with a later grab window, which also helps to your benefit because it means that they're going to expect the faster grab window and act incorrectly, his jump cancel grab goes straight, not sideways. The image everybody has about Yoshi's um, dash grab is the one with his head going sideways, not his jump cancel and or his standing grab, which goes straight out. I wind up looking at this stuff a lot, but yeah, I also have this habit of giving a lot of information out constantly to new people who come into the Yoshi Discord. So I need to start fighting that when I'm on other places. So, what movies have you watched recently? Because I haven't watched any.
Did you say movies?
Yeah,
Nothing.
ah. I lied, by the way. I watched Hitman, which is a movie about the person who eventually taught Bruce Lee Wing Chun.
I don't think I've seen it.
It's supposed to be a four-part series. There's three parts out right now. It's interesting. Every single one feels completely different, for better or for worse. And a lot of people would probably argue better.
It's weird having the chat like I don't know. I'm a pretty awkward person in general when I talk to people, so it's like I don't know, it's kind of funny at the chat. Uh,
Yeah, I could I could see how that could be a thing. I'm fairly similar at times. Um, do you take movie recommendations though?
I'm probably not gonna go out of my way to like hunt down and watch a movie. Like I don't have Netflix. I don't have much. So, and I don't really feel like pirating
Yeah,
stuff. So, for the most part, I'm not really gonna like watch it. But if you have cool movie
that makes more
ideas,
than a fair amount of sense. Um, I watched The Imitation Game.
oh wait a minute, wait a
I
minute, hold
really
on. Was
liked
that
it.
about Alan Turing?
So
Was
again,
that the movie about Alan Turing?
yeah, he's one of my mathematical
Yeah,
heroes.
I wanted to see that. I never saw that. I wanted to. So it was
Yeah.
good.
I loved it. I also want to note this was told to me by a mathematician that it's not 100% accurate. It's a drama, and it's blatantly a drama because it's based off the drama play, based off his life. Is it a drama play or is it a drama story? I don't fully remember. Um, but regardless of it, it was really well done. It's interesting. It's a good story. Just don't go for factual accuracy.
All right, it sounds. I wanted to see it, so yeah, that's something I would actually definitely watch if it was like if I had like the file on my computer and I could just like put it in VLC right
Yeah.
now, then maybe I would do that,
Yeah.
but I don't.
If you get around to it, it's worth
Yeah,
it.
all right. Yeah, that
It's
sounds cool. Cuz yeah, I remember seeing like commercials or
actually,
something for it or
um,
like the trailers or whatever, and I was like, yeah, this looks good.
what some of the people here do in the Discord is every so often they have a day where they'll just movie watch.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe that'll be a movie on there.
That would be a good choice probably.
I I loved it so much I recommended it to my parents and they loved the heck out of it. So
I can't even remember the last movie I saw.
movies that I'm looking forward to. Honestly, I can't think of any. I don't know. I used to be so I used to be so invested in movies. The balcony chat's not behind the balcony chat's broken. It
The
happened
balcony broke.
again. Yeah.
Damn it. I messaged Discord about that, and they're like, "Do this complicated like thing," and I was like, "Fuck." So I never
Oh,
did
I'm
it,
so
and it's still
sorry.
broken.
Yeah, it breaks every so often. So it's always like, let's see when Discord finally unbreak. Oh, you unbroke it.
Yeah, I mean, I can fix it when it breaks, but I can't stop it from breaking. Okay, Media Player Classic. Yeah, I know that's some good shit. I know. Like, I know. But VLC is fine. Fuck it.
Gosh, I don't know. I used to be so invested in different types of media players that I just really enjoyed. I think the last one I got invested in was M Player, not the web version, the normal version. But even then, I knew that it wasn't that great. I just
I'm
liked
not
it.
even sure what that is.
Um,
Or, I don't know. It's a media
uh,
player, I guess, but yeah.
yeah, it's a media player. It exists on a lot of Linux operating systems because it's easier to just program into stuff. But I don't know. I haven't used Linux in forever.
The last piece of, like. Well, okay, it's not a movie, but I watched one of the episodes of Black Mirror. Or whatever it's.
Black Mirror.
It's like a TV series.
I think I know what TV series you're talking about, but I can't remember the name.
Yeah, I don't know. Someone.
You're talking about the one that is like the supernaturally based. No,
Well,
that's
I
not the
only
right word
saw
for
one episode, and they're all different apparently.
that. Yeah, then I know that I know what you're talking about, but I also know that I don't remember the name of it.
Yeah. Well, I just saw this one episode, and it was like I liked it. I thought it was very good. 2 thumbs up.
Somebody said something about traffic cones, and I'm just going to pretend like they didn't mention it the way they did, and I'm just going to toss out that one of my teachers, my photography teachers, told me that a good idea to do is to have a traffic cone and a bright neon surplus worker vest in your truck at all times. Because if you need to take a photo and you don't want people to bother you, put a traffic cone next to your truck, right next to you, and then just put the vest on and just stand there. No, nobody's going to bother you. Good life hack. The Bob Ross stream thing happens every so often. I'm I am enjoying your I'm enjoying your video series for Melee. It made me want to get around to finishing editing a highlight reel that I've been trying to edit for my own video series. But I started doing that and then took a huge break because I was like, okay, I listed a couple of clips I thought were nice, but that was off of a single hour footage, and now I have to analyze a 7 hour footage. Then I cried.
Making those montages is pretty fun. It's fun to just like pick a song and pick clips out and just like put together something cool. And it's actually similar to like the Beetle Adventure Racing, some of the Beetle Adventure Racing videos that I made. And I was like, these are kind of cool. And it made me think that, well, actually, I made one of those for Smash Wii U, but I haven't really done that kind of stuff too much. After I got more involved with like speedrunning, I didn't really make montage videos like that. And maybe that's a shame, because I think they're kind of cool.
I have this one video. It has no audio to it, but it's of this really bizarre event that happened while I was playing a friend of mine. I have it hidden on my channel because it's only meant to be a clip to show off. I was about to link it, but now I'm feeling a little lazy. So instead, I'm just going to explain it in the most awkward way possible. I was playing Yoshi against my mentor's Samus. He's played since the game came out as well. So I throw out a grab while I'm in the middle of the stadium platform because I was trying to do trying to hit the Z button before I landed in order how to light shield. I think, yeah, no, that's what I was trying to do. And the tongue starts coming out, and then he jumps into the tongue. And he goes from underneath the platform, and because of Samus's massive hurt box, literally right into my mouth, and it doesn't make sense. It's a 4-second clip.
Yeah, that's...
It is. I love melee like that. I'm just going to post it in the Patreon. Actually, I'll post it in the dungeon for anybody who's listening and knows how to get to the Discord.
Oh yeah, it just jumps right into it.
Yeah, it's because it was just I just wanted to show it off to any who was listening to me, because like I was in the middle of editing a whole bunch of stuff. I was like, I'm just gonna go and export this real quick, music, no sound, because we're talking all of this happened, but like the way he just jumps into it is like he's on the floor. Next thing you know, he's in my mouth. He doesn't even. It's hard to even register him jumping into my mouth when that happens. It's just it was the most surprising thing that's happened at that chunk of time, because later on there was a couple of other surprising things that happened. That same day, so that was recorded like during a day where I just got put on a new medication. I haven't been able to practice, and this is first time playing melee in like 2-3 weeks, and that happens. And then immediately after that happens, we go out, we come back, and what happens next is he picks Captain Falcon, and he stomps me 5 times in a row, and I'm able to parry 3 of them, and then I get hit by the last 2. It's because I was too slow to actually jump up and attack. But it made me happy.
I never learned the parry stuff really with Yoshi. I was just forward airing and down tilting.
Most people don't, because it's one of those things where if you're just learning Yoshi, it complicates things way too much. And then if you get taught it right away, what you're going to wind up doing is you're going to wind up developing Sphinx syndrome, where you spent your entire game with Yoshi laying on his stomach trying to land a parry.
Right, yeah.
And as soon as people know you're going for it, they're going to mix you up and get you because of that.
Yeah, getting like one track minded. It reminds me of sometimes when I used to play Soul Calibur, and this is almost still an issue sometimes when I play any like competitive game, but like occasionally it's like I'll kind of decide what I want to happen and then like try to make it happen instead of just kind of going with the flow and like reacting to the situation that I'm given. It's like I'm trying to force a certain situation to happen. And sometimes it's bad because it's not going to work out to do that. And it becomes very like one track minded, very like bad.
Yeah. For Yoshi, that is a very dangerous thing to happen too. Wow, how did I word that? Mainly because I hate bringing things back up to Yoshi, but I just wanted to complete the thought. Um, Mainly because the way you have to play Yoshi is every matchup is different. The way you'll play Peach is 100% different from how you play Fox. The way you play Fox is 100% different from how you play Falco. And there almost is no two characters who you could play the same because even if you could combo them the same, the neutral game is completely different. Half your tools get locked off of almost any single matchup. Marth knocks off some stuff from Yoshi. Sheik knocks off a lot of stuff from Yoshi. Fox knocks off some stuff from Yoshi. And Falco knocks off some stuff from Yoshi. So what winds up happening is, while Yoshi does have some options, it gets limited, and you have to play to the character before you play to the player. So you literally have no place in the game outside of, if you're really lucky and the fox isn't paying attention, to enforce your will onto the other player. I say that and then immediately think of this one Yoshi player in my region who actually is crazy good at playing aggressive and not playing passive whatsoever. It makes me sad. I wish I could play like him. Shout out to Danny for being the kindest moderator in the chat.
Yeah, playing Zelda was like you can't really force things to happen, so yeah. It was like dash dancing kind of, and like kind of campy kicks and stuff, and like wavelands, and yeah, I had to like outpatience people. And even though like on paper I'm supposed to lose a lot of matchups, just like playing solid and like patient, I was able to win a lot. It's like
when almost any character outside of Fox engages in the game, they give up a lot to do so.
I mean, Falcon can hunt people down too, but yeah, he's not as good.
But even him, he gives up some stuff.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Fox is the only character who you literally have to guess when he's committing. Every other character you could catch a committal, but I don't know. Like Falcon, you think they're going to commit with Nair. You see them start to hop as if they're about to Nair out, or even if you start seeing the Nair animation sometimes, you literally just pivot up tilt as Yoshi. Fox, there's no easy answer like that. You have to guess, is he going to Nair, is he going to down air? And you don't know until after he's on you. That's but it's really freaking amazing whenever you land those dress knees. I think seeing a dress knee being landed is one of my favorite things in this game sometimes. Do you call it dress knee, by the way?
Sorry, what?
Do you call the Zelda knee a dress knee? Sorry, the Zelda fair.
I just called them kick or fair / bear.
Like, my group always winds up calling it a dress knee.
Yeah, I never heard that terminology.
It hits like a truck. What do you expect?
Well, it's not a knee though. It's the toe. I've heard some people call it the toe, but not the knee.
I heard them call it the stiletto. Isn't the stiletto the back air though? I don't remember.
They're both just kicks.
I feel fraudulent.
In Smash Wii U, the kicks are really bad. It's really sad.
Most of the stuff in Smash Wii makes me sad. I almost said sometimes, but yeah, no, sometimes.
It's like
It's like
okay, Zelda.
everybody's been
Even with
defanged.
L canceled kicks, where you could do two of them in a short hop, and the hitbox for the sweet spot was huge. Despite that, she's still low tier. So in Smash Wii U, when you can do one kick per short hop, the landing lag is absurd. There's no L canceling, and the hitbox is tiny. It's just really miserable.
Yeah. But I do love Zelda's up air throws in that game. Can never land them.
Sorry, what?
I can never land those up air combos and throws in that game. Smash.
Wait,
Wii U.
who's up airs? Or wait, what? Who?
Zelda's.
Oh.
The throws and combos.
Oh. Yeah, down throw to nair is pretty easy. There's down throw to up air. Down throw to up air. Yeah, well, you can do up throw, up smash on like Fox at low percent. But it's pretty much down throw. Down throw nair, down throw, up air can work, and sometimes kill. It kind of reminds me of Zelda's up throw chain grab in Melee, where it's like, if they DI back, you have to be like immediately chasing it before you can even react to it. Like you can't even react to it.
Thank you. You literally just gave me an out. I'm gonna pocket that and use it against my friend next time I get the chance.
What, Zelda's up throw chain grab?
Actually, that's a good point. He never goes for it.
Well, yeah, it's like if you DI back, it's really hard to re-grab because you have to like know. And I mentioned that because Zelda's down throw to up air in Smash Wii U, it seems similar to me, in which if they DI behind, like you have to do a dashing short hop up air like before you can even like react to what's going on. It's just like they're gonna DI behind because I think they're gonna DI behind, and now I'm gonna go try to punish that. And you just do it as fast as you can. And if they do DI, it's like a DI guess. It's like a DI read. It's not really a reaction, I think. And I don't know. That means sometimes they'll get out of it. It's not guaranteed.
You play any other Wii U characters? Because I remember you played at least one of them.
What? Other characters?
In Wii U. Yeah.
I could probably play like 12 characters or something.
What I meant was, do you like to?
Occasionally. Not so much for like serious stuff, but well, it's kind of sad, okay? Like I put so many matches into Zelda, but like some of the matchups are so bad that like I think my secondaries where I don't put any time into them, I think I can do just as well or better with the secondary that I don't know very well. Just because the matchup is so bad.
I hate that fails. Yeah, I hate those
Yeah,
fails.
it's just like, I don't know. You feel like your character is obsolete, you know?
Well, admittedly, that's a little bit of a reference because I've always felt like I don't play well enough to bring Yoshi to its optimal. But at the same time, I don't know. There's been a couple things that put me in doubt in general when it comes to my gameplay. And then I find something that makes me excited again.
Yeah, well, playing any character with like bad matchups, you're gonna feel that sometimes. You're gonna feel limited, not by your like gameplay, but by your character choice. And you're like submitting yourself to the metagame, and like that, like sometimes the matchup is just bad, and there's nothing you can do about that. So, it can be
The only
discouraging.
time I ever 100, the only time I ever 100% feel like that is when I play against the Sheik. Every other character, every other matchup, I always feel like there's something I could have done better. With Sheik, the only something I feel like I could have done better is not get grabbed.
Sheik makes
And
me feel that way too in Melee, where it's like, well, when I was playing as Zelda, that's why I actually, it's funny. So back when I was at my height in Melee, um,
uh
I would pretty much main Zelda, but sometimes people would pick Sheik against me, and that matchup is like some 9-1 shit, you know? But,
yeah,
so what I would do is I would practice. I only practiced like chain grabbing the hell out of in Sheik Dittos and uh, pretty much just moving around fluidly. And like my Sheik wasn't that good, but like it worked though. Like I don't know. I remember fighting like Dark Atma and yeah, like we would do Sheik Dittos, then I'd win the Ditto because I would chain grab the hell out of. At least I think that's how that went down.
uh, like I don't mind being chin grabbed. Actually, I'm gonna be upfront with that. I don't mind losing a game to being grabbed. I don't mind losing a game to being chin grabbed because I just personally have this philosophy that if I get grabbed, it's my own fault. That stock's gone. Goodbye.
Yeah, I mean you just have to
Um,
accept it. It's like getting wobbled.
but that said, Yoshi gets the benefit that he could actually do stuff around ice climbers that just are
Yeah, I
ridiculous.
think Yoshi versus
You
Ice
literally,
Climbers probably isn't that bad, right? Because, well, I assume.
it's way positive in Yoshi's favor because all you do is land a neutral beat, and then Nana either falls off the edge because Nana can't mash out of egg, or you could put the Popo in it and then literally just juggle the Nana off to the edge by
I feel
Nana.
like down tilt would be a good tool, kind of like Marth's down tilt.
It is. It's set knockback too, so there's no percentage where it's not really good.
Right.
Um, it's so much fun. And then yeah, the Sheik matchup, which is basically our Icy's matchup. Like every other character will have Icy's to worry about. We have Sheik. So it's kind of one of those things where I'm like, I'll take
Sheik
this.
kind of like decimates a lot lot of characters, I think.
Yeah. And that said, Yoshi does have some options against Sheik. I haven't learned them yet because I haven't 100% needed to, but I know that we could do stuff. So I'm not completely defeated on the matchup, but I'll be honest, my gut reaction will be to switch to Falco.
I'm sure it's an uphill
Every
battle.
other character, every other matchup, yeah, no joke. Like every other character, every other matchup, I'd be like, okay, my Falco's not doing well. I'm gonna switch to Yoshi. That one, Yoshi, gonna go Falco. Not obvious. I'm a Falco secondary,
Yeah, I used to be Falco
but
secondary.
it's not because, yeah, it's not because I honestly think Falco is that bad or that good. It's just I prefer Yoshi so much more in many situations. It's like against Fox, I prefer to play Yoshi. Against Falco, Yoshi. Captain Falcon. Maybe Falcon. No, I want to play Yoshi. Marth? That's a tough question. Yoshi wins the matchup. Sometimes it's fun as Falco. I don't know. It is one of those things. Oh, against a Falco, I'm gonna go Yoshi because fuck the Ditto. I'm sorry. It's really bad. Also, I'm sorry for cussing, but it's
It
that
doesn't matter.
bad. Meanwhile, I love the Yoshi Ditto because of the jank that it has, but I hate the Falco Ditto because of the jank that it has. I don't know what
I'm
that
sure
says
it's
about
not
me.
very common in tournaments.
Yoshi
Yeah.
Ditto? Probably not. Although that said, I live in the region where there's more than 5 Yoshis, so it might be.
That's funny. I feel like Yoshi was the one of the least common characters back when I played.
Mhm. It's still not terribly common in my region, but my region's big enough that we actually have a pretty large Yoshi capita, comparatively, rather. Wow, this chat looks like every so often I turn my eyes over to the the chat and just wonder how life got this way.
What do you mean?
Just how the conversation steered the way it did.
What do you mean talking about Yoshi?
No, I'm just the chat. YouTube comments, rather. I love when Mark down smashes on Link's buns. If you could see my 1,000-mile stare right now. Oh, something I found out recently. And I feel kind of bad for finding it out, but for the longest time, I always thought Yoshi was thick. And then I was looking at Peach hurt boxes today and found out that she has this massive hurt box on her butt. Why did they do that? They actually made it easier to hit Peach's butt. The hurt box for Peach extends out past the dress. At least it doesn't here. That was my revelation of the day. What is the most interesting Zelda fact you have? This includes Legend of Zeldas, and not just Zelda the character.
I don't know.
By interesting, I also literally just mean interesting to you.
I don't know.
What would you do if Legend of Zelda is from the point of view of Zelda instead of from Link?
That makes me think about Zelda being able to use magic instead of just like swords. I mean, Link could use magic too, but I was thinking like more expansive magic system. That'd be kind of cool.
It'd actually be pretty hype. Just Zelda fighting the kingdom away from Ganondorf by traveling the world using magic. Ooh, they're giving that one game where the storyline is Zelda learns how to become Sheik from learning martial arts and then just disguising her appearance.
Yeah, like
That'd be a tight
Ocarina
game.
of Time from a different perspective.
Oh yeah, that'd be so amazing. Why hasn't the fan community made a game for that yet? Now that I think of it.
Well, Nintendo
But
would shut that
you
shit
would think
down.
that so many people. Well, yeah, but like I'm just surprised they haven't
Yeah, I
tried.
guess so.
That sounds like one of the things most like so willing to hop on. I mean, Peach has a game like that, even though it's an ecchi game.
Are you talking about Super Princess Peach?
Well, I wasn't, but now that I think of it, yeah, that's a game.
I never played
Also
that.
the American Super Mario 2. Even though it wasn't an official game, they retroactively made it official now.
Yeah, that game had 4 characters.
I almost forgot that Toad was in it. Knowing that Toad, Peach, Luigi, and Mario were in it, I was going to ask who the 4th character was again.
I kind of like games where you get to like do that. I don't know, like a character select. That's one of the reasons why I liked
There's
Castlevania 64.
There isn't enough of that these days, is there?
It seems to be
It's
kind
pretty
of
much single
uncommon.
storyline. That makes me a little sad. The trade-off of it though is character creation, but I don't know.
Yeah,
It's still be pretty nice to select stuff.
creation's fun, but it also like, I mean, you're not gonna get
I
like a
feel like it
character with a rich personality or like as maybe not as intricate or like or has like a character with their own systems when you create one so much. You sort of usually it's like predefined stuff and like there's kind of less personality sometimes.
actually even these days with character selection systems, is there's less personality.
Well,
Which
oh,
I
with
guess to a
character
degree I could kind of
selection, there's
understand.
less.
Sometimes because it'll still be the same story, and just like, oh, it's this character instead of this character. But hey, they do the exact same stuff you would have done if you selected that
Yeah,
character.
I like when the gameplay changes due to the character. I guess I haven't played Hyrule Warriors in a while. That's something.
I missed that train. I hella wanted to hop onto it, but at the time I didn't have a Wii U.
There's also the 3DS one, but I don't know what that's like.
Um, I haven't. I've heard some stuff about it, but I don't remember much about it. I did like I did like the Warrior series, and I got hyped when they said they were going to make a Legend of Zelda Warrior series. Um, I don't know. Those types of games are really fun to play, not as much fun to watch sometimes though.
I think I think I didn't like the game that much. I would have like maybe 100%ed it or like I don't know. I didn't play it that much. It's kind of fun, but it's really
It,
sort of just it felt a little bit mindless.
yeah, admittedly, that's why some people like the
Yeah,
game.
fair enough.
Watch anybody who likes the Dynasty Warrior series, they'll do it just so they could enjoy the mindless
I
combat
never played that
after you're running
series,
around
but
slaying people.
I know it's like kind of based off of that.
It'd be nice if both series had a mode where you could literally just watch the game, not the fighting part of it, but the cutscenes. Actually, they might. I wish they did. But at the same time, when it comes to the gameplay, it really is more fun to play than to watch because you're storming down through the cutting thousands of minions down. Actually, now I think of it, I think you might be able to find a um, Hyrule Warriors the movie cutscene compilation online somewhere. I'll have to look into it later.
I can't remember any of the cutscenes.
I remember one of them, but I can't describe it because I only vaguely remember it. Okay, I remember two now, and it's the opening cutscene where Link is training.
Yeah, I don't even remember that. I don't know.
It's like Zelda's walking across the top of the castle,
Yeah, I don't remember. I
and you
think
see
I don't know. Usually, usually cutscenes I don't even really care too much. I sort of just care about like the gameplay. Usually,
what are you talking about? Hyrule Warriors is a canon. Sorry, couldn't resist the joke. I know it was low hanging. Sometimes fruit's delicious. That awkward silence that made the fact that I made a horrible joke that much worse.
I have a lot of awkward silence.
No, no, no. I was actually thankful for it because it actually made the joke funnier. The fact that it was less funny. Huge fan of Monty Python. Don't do it right though. Um, do you still follow the speedrunning community out of curiosity?
Kind of. I had to unfollow about 100 speedrunners because I don't like them and they don't like me.
Yeah, I I could see how that would happen. Not saying that I see why they wouldn't like you, but more so like given the position that you said you were in from last time I heard you talk about this, and when you were leaving the community the way you did, it makes sense to just unfollow a whole bunch of people.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of distancing myself in some ways. It's kind of weird though, because if my hands were good, then I might be playing Twilight Princess right now. That being said, though, I mean, there's still
Uh,
plenty of reasons to. I was thinking about actually making a video called "The Shallow Art of Speedrunning" and talk about my thoughts on speedrunning, but maybe another time. That might happen though.
I mean, it'd be interesting to look into, but at the same time, no, I don't know. There's no but at the same time. It would be interesting to look into your thoughts on it. Um, uh, do you play any instruments, by the way?
Oh, when I was young, I played the violin, but then I stopped playing it.
I'm still jealous. I've always wanted to play the violin.
Yeah, there's like a
Um,
part of me that thinks it'd be cool if I could still play it, or like if I was really good at it right now, but I actually don't care enough.
None of those feels a while. Um, Played a lot of alto sax when I was little. Switched to guitar and bass when I got a little older.
Yeah, my dad is a musician, and yeah, I don't know, music's cool. I did a bit of like electronic music creation through like Fruity Loops and also
Well,
Mod Plug Tracker.
they call that FL Studio now.
Yeah,
Like, I
FL
used to mess with
Studio.
Fruity Loops all the
Yeah,
time. Uh, the reason I have bad hands is because of guitar
that
playing.
makes sense.
Wasn't really paying attention to my teachers, and they're like, "Oh yeah, no, if you hold it this way, you're gonna ruin your hands." Like, ah, sure. Well, I'll try to hold it a little better. And I tried, but I didn't keep dedicated to holding it better. Next thing I know, wrist issues, finger issues, that type of stuff.
I'm trying not to play games so I can like rebuild strength or like heal or like whatever. I don't know. Hopefully
It, the,
things
the
improve.
feeling of just like the feeling of just not being able to use your hand suddenly, just it's the worst. It
It's
really
like
is.
depressing on a subconscious level.
Especially like because it's something that's something that prevents you from already doing something that kind of makes you feel better to a degree, and then all of a sudden, nope, you cannot. It's like, but
It's like use
but
your
I
hands
want
for
to.
like everything. It's like and
But,
like you can't control games without your hands usually. So and like I don't know.
it
That's like
actually made me cry
why
once, like when it made me cry once, just not being able to input properly because it sucks that much. So I really feel for you. I honestly do. It's like I know that I have any issues. I'm thankful that mine aren't that bad. It still gets bad sometimes, but like God, just anybody who suffers through hand issues, I'm like,
just feels very preventative despite or I mean like it's stopping me from it feels like it's stopped like if I never had hand problems, I think I would not be banned, well not banned, but my account would exist on Twitch. Like I'd probably be streaming Twilight Princess on Twitch if I never had hand problems. Because once I got the hand problems, I wanted to still stream, but I couldn't play games. And they kept getting on my ass about non-gaming content, and I'm still pissed off at Twitch. I was actually angry earlier today. And I went on a Twitter rant recently where I was really angry. I don't know. I feel like I can get angry about a lot of things.
Most people can. Don't worry, sad women already failed the audition. Okay. What are your thoughts on PPMD coming back, if you have any?
I don't really have thoughts on that.
Fair enough. What are your thoughts on the color black?
It's kind of like an interesting one because because it is the absence of light, so it's kind of special in a way.
What are your thoughts on thoughts?
The mind generates them, and it's interesting to get like kind of meta about it when you start like observing your thoughts, and then like, because thoughts just happen. You don't have to like try to think. Like, well, I mean, you can try to think about things, but thoughts just emerge. And sometimes I get fucked up paranoid thoughts, and I get fear because I think of, like, I just suddenly dream up the worst possible thing that could happen, and I'll just worry, and I'll get kind of freaked out. I have like an anxiety disorder.
I have one myself. I'm actually currently on medication for it.
I take Klonopin sometimes, which helps, but I don't know. I'm gonna see my doctor recently, or soon, I mean. I'm gonna try to figure something out, maybe.
Possibly change of medication, change the
Well,
dosage.
I either need more Klonopin or try something else, or like, I don't know. I don't know if it's like, it's not, today it wasn't bad, today it was fine, but yesterday it was really bad, so it like varies.
Yeah, I'm on gabapentin. I'm gonna be honest. If I wasn't on that right now, I would be in a much worse position
What is it
compared to what
called?
I am right now. Gabapentin. I cannot spell it for you to save my life.
Okay, not sure what that
It's
is.
normally given to people for. It's normally given to people for seizures. The only reason I'm given it isn't necessarily for the anxiety itself. It's for the panic attacks it causes. And I'm great. Oh, sorry, for the panic attacks it helps prevent. Because I'm very grateful for the fact that I'm not having panic attacks thanks to them. Although it's weird because I could be put in a situation that should cause me panic, and I wouldn't necessarily get the panic.
Right.
But it's a worthy trade-off for me. I'm just gonna say that right now.
I feel like most of the time that I get afraid, it's detrimental completely. It's not protecting me, it's not helping me, it's actually just hurting me.
Yeah, that's why it is a worthy trade-off for me.
So yeah,
I
something like that
normally
might be
when
good.
I was talking to my psychiatrist, and they said that normally what they do is they try to do two of one type of anti-anxiety medication when they're giving people anti-anxiety medications, and normally that branch of family would be antidepressants. If those don't work for you, then they'll try a different one, which I don't remember the name for it, but that's where gabapentin's located. And they'll try two of those, and if those don't work, then they'll try the heavier stuff, which are the stuff like lorazepam, the stuff that like really knock you out. But yeah,
For me, it's like, it's not
Yep.
always like today I was pretty okay. It's just, I don't know. Just sometimes it gets really bad.
Yeah. I know the feels more than enough.
Then just like the feeling of fear, like sudden fear, like it floods my, like I can feel it. It like floods my system. it,
I
I don't know.
I'm thankful enough, even though I probably don't know if I should be, that I know where all of my panic disorder, my anxiety disorder came from. Because I won't get into it here because it's your stream and I don't want it too down. But I have PTSD due to something that happened when I was little. Um, Unfortunately, it made it so it was really hard for me to deal with a lot of normal conversation and stuff. But yeah, I I'm really happy that I was given the opportunity to get on this medication, and I'm actually really happy that I've been given Smash to just help give me some
Yeah,
movement
that can be a
forward.
positive thing.
Yeah. In
Um,
fact, I was go on.
oh, well, I was talking with a friend recently, and they suggested that I might have, well, I seem to have like symptoms of PTSD or whatever. So, I don't know. I don't know. It's like weird stuff, like kind of like tinnitus stuff happening, and like really weird sleep disorder stuff. Sometimes though, like I'm trying to sleep and I feel really on edge, but then if I like think about the right thing, like this happened recently, like I was on edge and I could tell that I was like gonna have a really fucking bad night. And then I was able to cry. I was able to cry and I let out a bunch of tears. But then after I cried, I think my sleep wasn't too bad, so I don't know. I think that actually helped.
The God, there's something about crying that and this isn't me going like, oh, nostalgia. This is me like, I'm trying to remember something. There's something about crying that afterwards you get this really weird rush of calm, and I don't remember what it's called.
After crying?
It yeah, after crying.
Yeah.
Uh, so there is something studied about it. I just can't remember what it is. But I don't know. It's complicated. Gabapentin is sometimes given for nerve pain. Yes. Um, it it was originally marketed, but they stopped marketing it as such because there was no correlation found to help people with bipolar disorder. Um, the issue is you shouldn't give it to somebody with bipolar disorder straight up without another medication with it because it doesn't do enough to help stabilize someone.
I
But
think I'm
yeah,
quite
not going to get too
bipolar.
far into that. I am actually diagnosed with bipolar. I'm on lithium plus gabapentin actually, and there are a lot of medications out there that actually make somebody with bipolar worse. Actually, if you take them without something for the bipolar as well. Um, in fact, most anti anxieties, most antidepressants are really bad for somebody with bipolar because people with bipolar are thought to be at their worst when they're in a manic state because they're at greater risk to themselves. And when you're on an antidepressant, you pretty much get an uninhibited manic state quite frequently. So yeah, just a little bit of information for you.
I think sometimes I thrive in that manic state, but not always.
Yeah.
lately though, the last I don't know, it feels like it's been a week of like not really being too motivated, not really feeling too sad, but just sort of like not really getting things done. I think I was sad like a week ago, actually. I don't know. I'm in like a period of time where I'm not really that productive. I guess streaming is something though. It's something.
It is.
I've just been spending a lot of time programming, and then I stopped, and the programming was good.
It's hard. It's hard to keep stuff like that going and motivated for a couple of reasons. Um, I remember me and a friend used to program together for quite a time, but like I'm a horrible programmer, so I used to try my best to just design stuff. I will say this to anybody out there listening: if you are concerned about your mental health at all, you should probably go speak with a professional instead of just lamenting about it, because you could wind up hurting yourself in a much worse way if it winds up that you did actually have something and talk yourself out of it. But at the same time, just I don't know. It's just something I figured that would be a good idea to warn people about who are listening.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring up my sleep issues and stuff with my doctor soon.
Yeah, that might be for the best. And I also want to say one other thing about anxiety disorders. A lot of people tend to dismiss that in a depression because you felt anxiety before, you felt sad before, so you assume that um, either intentionally or not, you assume that your levels of sad and anxious are similar to somebody else's. This is not true, and it is actually a very dangerous way to think when you're trying to help somebody else, because that could actually, what's the word I'm looking for? That could actually make it seem like your intentions and your thoughts are insincere. Um, you may not mean it as such, but it could very, very easily come off as such. So, yeah. Now that was said and placed out of the way, do you like tea or do you like coffee more? I believe you mentioned this before.
Okay. I think I actually prefer tea, but I drink coffees, which is the coffee soylent.
Mm. I was about to, well, yeah. How do you take your coffee?
in a in a plastic bottle.
um, that is a thing, I
I have
guess.
like one of those every day, usually after I wake up.
Mm. I I can't stand things that are bitter flavored, so
That are what?
bitter
Oh.
flavored. So I still mispronounced it. Bitter flavored. There we go. So I wind up putting a lot of sugar in milk, and I actually prefer tea over coffee. I prefer black tea, but I've never actually tried Solent.
I like it.
Did a little bit of research into it, but I don't know. I still don't know if I want to try it, but I don't know if I don't want to try it either. So, Narcy is talking to a scrub who has no idea who they are, and for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah, we're doing
There.
auditions. Basically, the idea is one-on-one conversation, because I've done audio chats in the past, but I think I'm just so passive in groups, and I don't know, the one-on-one is kind of interesting. It's kind of chill, and it's, I don't know, I think it's kind of cool. So that's what this has been. We've been talking for a while though.
Yeah, I might dip out for somebody else to get a chance if you'd
Yeah, I don't
like.
know if anyone
Um,
I don't know if anyone else is like wanting to talk
I
or
know there's a
anything, but
I know for sure there's a couple of people in here who wanted to get into that, and I snuck in because I was paying attention at the
oh
time.
well, I'm not sure if they're
Um,
proletariat though. That's like my
no, I know a couple of them are
oh,
proletariat.
I don't
Um,
know. Are they still around? I guess well, I don't know. If you were done talking, then um I guess you could leave and leave it open, and then if someone wanted to join, they could.
I I have a habit of staying in for like, sorry, not staying. I have a habit of being able to talk for forever.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
Jasmine tea is a good tea. I just absolutely hate it. I actually prefer what's it called? I prefer just Earl Grey or English
Earl
breakfast because
Grey
I'm really
tea. I
bland.
love Earl Grey tea.
I never thought I'd like it, and then a friend of mine got a whole bunch from London. I was like, okay, I'll try it.
Do you have the Earl
And I
Grey
was like, this
tea?
this is coffee.
Do you have it hot or cold?
Hot, but with enough milk and sugar to make it cold.
Oh, see,
And
I
then
liked it without the milk and sugar and cold. I thought it was delicious. I used to go
I
to
could,
this
I
little
could definitely.
I used to go to this little tea place in Chicago. Well, it wasn't that little. It was like kind of a chain. uh, I would just walk in and get a drink. And yeah, Earl Grey, iced Earl Grey is super good.
I I like milk teas as well.
Yeah, I've had that actually recently. Not well, yeah, kind of recently.
Any flavored milk teas or just straight up milk tea?
I can't remember. It was good though.
um, so for anybody who's wondering, my name is pronounced Hickory, like the wood. I like smoke foods. Yeah, that's the thing. Um, uh, um, chai tea. When I was little, before me and my sister knew what chai tea was, my mom did this thing that we used to do in Ecuador. Um, it's called café con leche, and it's basically just coffee with milk. But what you do is you heat up the milk first, and it tastes kind of like chai tea. So ever since then, we kind of transitioned from that to chai tea because it tasted just the same.
And are you a fan of chai tea?
Um, I could drink it. I'm actually outside of the nostalgia. I'm not that big a fan of it.
Yeah, I tried it, I think, and I didn't like it that much. But I'm not really picky about drinks so much, though, typically. I guess I'm more picky about food, kind of. But yeah, most drinks are good.
Teas, yeah, teas are very diverse. Like they have a wide spectrum from one end to the other. Um, are you a cake or a pie person?
I prefer cake.
When I was little, I didn't like cake that much, but then I wound up liking pies. Then I started liking cakes, but then I still respected pies way too much to switch over because with cakes, you only really get one type. I mean, there's a couple types of cakes I know, but like it's almost always like a more dessert type thing.
Yeah.
But with pies, you get like savory pies, you get like breakfast pies. You get dessert pies. There's just so much variance in there that is just interesting. But I still respect a good cake.
I haven't had cake in a while. But yeah.
I believe I have one last question for you before I open up the floor for anybody else who wants to.
Oh, what's that?
It's more of a joke question, but not entirely. What is your opinion on Melee Yoshi?
My opinion on Melee what?
Melee Yoshi.
I think Melee Yoshi, back when I played the game, was kind of seen as low tier, and I kind of felt the same way. So when Amsa did really well, I was very impressed with that. And also, I think Melee Yoshi is kind of one of the more unique characters due to the shield mechanics and the double jump. But also kind of difficult to use and rather technical. And even when you're good, it's still probably an uphill battle in a lot of cases. So I'd say a difficult choice of character, but when you're good, it looks really cool.
Thank you very much. I hope you have a wonderful evening.
Yeah, thanks for the talk.
Not a problem. I always tend to lurk and I always tend to hang out, so you'll probably see me around still.
All right.
Later.
Bye. We have someone. Dang it.
Oh, I was muted. Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
I'm hanging out on the internet.
Oh, me too, man. I mean, me too.
Yeah, it's what I do.
Me too.
I'm a sponge. I'm a sponge because I just absorb.
Anything you want to talk about?
I don't know.
Me either.
I love how the chat likes the awkward silences. I don't know, it's funny to me. What does that mean, Spilly Mars? Wait a minute, is that a Seinfeld term? Or is that from, what is that from? Is that from something?
Which?
The term sponge.
Reminding you.
This term sponge-worthy.
I've never heard of it, but it is a true fact.
Why? Why is it true?
I can't explain it.
Okay.
It is Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Good on you.
I think Elaine said it sometime. But I don't even remember what it meant. What was that?
A ding. I've got this this Tibetan singing bowl. And,
Oh, what?
sitting on my desk, so I just ding it. I'll link something. Oh, it's called a Tibetan singing bowl. I won't link anything because now you can
Yeah,
Google
okay.
it.
Oh, is it big?
No, I got a small one.
What?
because I couldn't afford the bigger
Why
ones.
do you have it?
I was going through some shit a few years ago, some anxiety and mental problems, and it helped me to find some sort of peace
What?
for some moments.
How did it do that?
So, well, it just makes a noise that you can focus on, so you don't have to be looking for something. I don't know, man. It's weird.
That reminds me of meditation where you're supposed to focus on your breath and nothing else. But
Hey, that's what I was talking about.
What?
I've been talking about that in your comment section.
Oh. In my like video comments?
One of your videos and a couple of your streams.
Okay. I wanted to like, I don't know, obtain a calm mind, I guess, and not be like freaked out oftentimes. Which seems to just happen randomly, but typically when I'm trying to sleep. So I wanted to, that's kind of like what this stream started as. This stream was like a meditative stream to start with.
Somebody I talked to about this sort of stuff was saying that your mind has like 3 tracks or 3 like focuses at a time. And so it's like he told me to start with practicing meditation, go with focusing on like part of your mind on your diaphragm, part of your mind on your chest, and part of your mind on the fact that you breathe in cold air and you breathe out hot air. And then if you're focusing on those 3 things all at once, then you don't have like room to think about any of the other shit you don't want to think about.
I think I end up thinking about my heartbeat, and
Well, stop doing that.
it's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard to not think about it. It actually bothers me because I worry about my health. Even though I probably shouldn't, but like sometimes it feels like my heart beats like hard sometimes. Like it'll be like one beat that's like harder or something. It might be bullshit though. It might just be my mind like perceiving it that way.
It's probably good to worry about your health to some extent.
I think I do it too much though. Like I think it's detrimental because I think it's actually stress inducing, which is actually bad for your heart. Is being overstressed. Yeah. So it seems illogical for me to do that, but I can't help it sometimes.
Bring it up with the doctor.
Yeah.
Just the heavy heartbeat sort of thing doesn't sound very good.
Yeah, at the same time I think that's like not that uncommon or like that bad, but yeah.
But you don't know too.
Yeah, I don't really know. Yeah, I don't know. Klonopin kind of helped a bit when I get freaked out. I get like, I think really existentially a lot. And like,
do you think that's good?
I think it can be good, but also I think it can be, I think of it like taking life really seriously, where like I just look at I don't know, I just think about my life and time passing and like I don't know, I just sometimes I'm not sure how I'm supposed to feel.
Right. Do you think that it's meaningful or meaningless?
Do you mean life? Is life meaningless?
Yeah. Well, just, existence?
I mean, I feel like not really meaningless, no. Like I have
Well,
I
that's
have a
good.
desire to survive and live.
So the meaning is self-serving? That's okay.
Well, when you say self-serving, I think it doesn't just have to be me, but like I think of it in context of my own life, I guess, where I think about my own like mortality. And then I like I get like freaked out because I want to live. I want to live a long, happy life.
What sorts of things do you think you should, or do you think make you happy? Do you think could help to make your life
To make me alive? Well,
happy?
okay.
To make your life happy.
Oh.
Sorry, I had to stutter.
Feeling that I'm like, well, okay, if I look at like across my life, I don't regret how I've spent my life thus far. And I
Good.
want to feel like I have both freedom and usefulness. And sometimes I get down on myself, like over the last week, where I haven't been as productive with anything, where I feel like I'm a sponge. And it's like, in some ways, it's kind of comforting to just be a sponge. But
Yeah.
like there's things I want to do with my life. I don't want to do nothing. I mean, I know some people are happy doing absolutely nothing.
You say that you think being useful is a path to being happy, which I agree with. I just wanted to say that it does, like, I wanted to ask you, like, do you want to have like a simple thing that you do regularly that is useful, or do you want to have a larger impact with some sort of single event or like achievement?
Single event, I don't know how I feel about single events. I think I want to like, well, I don't know. It's like a broad question. I'm not really sure like I think I want to be like working towards things and like kind of serving a purpose as I'm doing that, while also retaining my own freedom and autonomy.
Cool.
Sometimes I feel like my head's in the clouds, and I think with being grounded can sometimes be really useful because you're like taking care of like short-term issues, whereas maybe I'm more prone to be neglectful of those sorts of things.
Yeah.
So finding a balance there seems really hard to me, but it also feels kind of necessary. So I think that's something that I
Yeah.
struggle with.
Me too. My opinion is that live life day by day, and just every day, if you do a little thing that is useful to somebody, then you can get through and have a nice time, have a good day.
Yeah, I like that.
What do you think about this idea that there are 3 states of self? There's the physical self, which is the way you're interpreted by. There's the like mental or spiritual self, which is your thoughts and feelings. And then there's a third self, which is a bit more abstract. Hold on. It's like an observer of the other two, who like observes your own thoughts and feelings and your own and other people's perceptions of you, and it observes your perception, and can make judgments on that perception and seek to change it and shit. So there's 3. It helps me to think about it like this, because when I say that I am this third perception, then my thoughts and feelings don't seem so overwhelming, and I can say, this anxiety is only a part of me. It's not me. I can work through it and get past it. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, so sort of like the body, the mind, and then, well, I guess the last
observer.
2 are kind of, would you say they're both the mind, or they're both the consciousness? Because one of them's kind of your incoming thoughts, and one of them is looking at your thoughts. So aren't they kind of similar?
Yeah, they're similar, yeah. They're tied. One is more in the moment. The thoughts and feelings you have are in the moment, and the observer looks back.
I think it makes sense.
But yeah, they're
I
linked.
also I think the idea that there are 3, like, I wonder if there could be an argument made for like different numbers, or like a gradation of consciousness where it's not clear cut defined into like 3.
That'd be cool. I'd like to hear more about that.
I think I'm gonna have to think for a while.
Yeah. I don't mean now. I mean, I would like to hear more about that.
Yeah, because when you mentioned the last 2 things, it seemed kind of linked. And so like the idea that there's like this finite exact division seems like it might be something that could be argued or expanded upon. But that I haven't really thought it through, though.
I wanted to ask you, I heard you talking about in one of your previous streams that you like experienced an ego death. And I wanted to ask you what that meant to you.
Yeah, 2014.
What the term ego death means to you.
When I think back to that moment, I think of actually a couple of different moments. They were all across like the same kind of like I guess 24-hour period.
Okay.
I think it has to do with See, the moment where I felt like I experienced the ego death, and I actually like felt really strange, and I remember at one point I was on the phone talking to my dad about it because it was like very bizarre. But how I felt in that moment, that's not as clear to me as this other moment, which was later. And later, it felt like this sort of perception or like change of sort of like understanding where the concept of self, like I was staring down the street. I was looking down the street, and on the street there were cars parked in a nice line. There were the cars. And then on the other side of the sidewalk were thousands, maybe millions of like leaves, or like, yeah, it was just like leaves or blades of grass or whatever. And
Right.
like in that moment, it felt like there wasn't really a difference in terms of like how natural one was compared to the other. Like it felt like like united because it was part
That's really
it
cool.
was part of like a natural process. And so sort of like everything kind of felt united, and my own perception of self kind of like was just sort of part of that.
Yeah. That's cool that you say that. I'll share what I think.
Okay.
I was thinking about this, so I have it on my hand. I got, where does it start? Started with, what am I? Went to, I am nothing. And then I went to, am I dead? And then it was, I am all things, which is kind of what you're
Yeah.
saying in the last point.
Yeah.
And it's a really cool way to feel.
It felt I feel strongly about that moment because I feel like it kind of changed me. And like I don't know. It was just like I don't know. It just felt like an awakening kind of, or just like just awareness.
And I find that if I get in my own head, then I can look back on that time, and I can move my awareness outside of my own head and become all things again and feel like that again. Then I can like let go of whatever I'm holding on to, and just, nice memes.
Do you feel that you can change your sort of perception of self when you kind of want to? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. Well, I know the perception of myself that I want to have, and sometimes it slips away from me, and then I notice that I'm perceiving myself as like one being, and so I remind myself of that time, and I go back there, and then I bring that perception back to now, and I say, and I realize that there is no lines between my consciousness and the rest of everything. I'm just a part of all things. And so I can be still.
Do you feel calm and at peace when you think of that?
It helps. Sometimes I can't let go of whatever I'm thinking about.
I've had
It really helps.
I try to go back to that. I think about it sometimes. yesterday I was thinking about this stuff kind of, and I was going for a walk. And despite thinking about this and like really like I didn't feel at peace. I still felt that panic, that fear, like my mind just like conjures up horrific scenarios that are so unlikely but might happen, like are feasibly possible. And I couldn't help but doing that despite having just been thinking about this stuff like right before it started happening.
I used to get something like that where I'd be sitting in a car and like being driven along, and then I'd look at the door handle and be like, I'd get panic because I'd be like, I could accidentally open the door, undo my seatbelt, and jump out of the car. It's so ridiculous. That used to happen.
Just thinking about life as like a possibility space where like you could do things that would kill you or bad things or whatever, or you could not. And it's like there's possibility, and I think of the worst possibilities a lot, even though I don't really want to, and it feels kind of foolish too. It feels so paranoid. I wonder if it's like an after effect of getting high every day for like a long time. Because I did that on marijuana for a while. I have a
similar story. Yep.
Did you do marijuana?
Yeah, for about 3 years at uni. Instead of studying, I sat in my room and smoked weed, and then did acid a few times and broke my brain.
I never did acid. I don't know what that's like.
It's pretty intense, but also that's when I had my ego death. Was on my.
Oh wow! See, I think marijuana was involved when it happened with me. In 2014.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Alrighty. I'm gonna jump out and let someone else join in.
Thanks for the talk. That was good.
Talk to you later. Bye. How do I get out of here?
Hello, chosen one.
Oh shit, I was muted.
Hi. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. Should be in bed right now, but
Oh, what time is it?
It's around 11. I have school in the morning, but fuck it, finals can wait.
Wait, is it finals?
Next week actually is finals for me.
Oh, okay. What finals do you have? Like what classes or?
I'm in high school, so.
Oh, okay.
Just your average.
Gosh, high school, that was a long time ago for me. I guess it might be kind of different now. I don't know. Like what classes and stuff. Well, I mean, I guess the classes would be pretty similar. It feels like I don't know. I feel like education's not even moving fast enough.
Sophomore, well, if yeah. I have a lot of opinions on education at the moment.
What are your opinions?
I guess I feel as if we have too much going into the mathematical department, and we're kind of just letting English slowly if that makes sense.
Your microphone's kind of cutting out a bit.
Might be the reason is that I'm on a blanket right now. There we go. Does that work?
It's working so far.
All right. As I was saying, I was kind of thinking that we're kind of just shoving all of our educational standards in the math department, and not really focusing much on English. I feel like both are equally important.
That's interesting. I didn't know there was like that they were focusing on math.
Yeah, it's kind of odd.
I mean, okay, well, the way I see it, that's maybe not too much of a bad thing because, like, well, I don't know how much of it is. Well, I don't know.
I understand where you're coming from. Like, we do need math in everyday life, but I feel like maybe we don't need it as much as they're teaching us, maybe.
I feel like, well, I don't know how qualified I'm to speak on this stuff. It's just,
I personally think that anyone can speak about any topic that.
well, I think computer science is very important. And I'm not sure how much that math education is like focused on that or if it's more abstract, but
I'm currently taking a computer applications class. Not really sure if that's any similar or different. It's just really teaching you Word and PowerPoint and all that.
oh,
Even though I already know how it works. And how to type correctly, which I still don't know how to.
I never learned how to type
even
correctly.
finished all the-
I just kind of go
Yeah,
at it.
Yeah, I just use whatever fingers available at the time. Sometimes I type with one thumb.
Yeah, I have like some weird, I don't know, some strange way of typing. It's not that bad. It's like 100 words per minute.
Todd Chandler, I like math. I'm just not really good at it.
What do you have an idea of what you want to maybe do after high school?
I'm planning on maybe going to college and working on YouTube. Like, I've always wanted to do. I've always wanted to be like, the whole Let's Player thing just kind of seemed interesting to me.
Yeah, YouTube is, well, just like online media in general is like really, I think working online in general, like doing stuff on the internet is like pretty powerful because you get to reach the world. It, yeah. Have you made YouTube stuff?
I have a few videos, not many.
If you want to like link it in the chat or something to share it or whatever, you can do that.
Sure. Let me just go make another 7th tab on this. Hopefully things don't crash. I also don't really have that many subs either. I only have like 38.
Maybe you'll have some more after tonight. Careful though, I get some assholes who watch me, so yeah.
Yeah. I've put it both in the dungeon and balcony, so. I actually have a weird style at the moment. Like, as I'm trying to make gameplay videos, I'm trying to like space like time out with like stories about myself, Q&As, and like I just went crazy one night and started spouting political.
I don't think there's anything wrong with doing any of that. Just
Thank you, Bits.
yeah, just sharing yourself.
Yeah.
I feel like I kind of do that. But you know something I've realized though? I've realized that with like laser focused consistency where you are delivering like something that people kind of expect and want, that is really powerful. And so my sort of scattered way of doing things now where I'm just like putting out whatever, even though it feels better to me because I'm just like able to be free to do whatever I want to do. Like it doesn't tend to go as viral as mimetic. It doesn't grip people as hard, kind of. So I don't know. Yeah.
I can actually agree with Baga Jr. in the YouTube chat. I do agree on some things. Like, we aren't going to use some of the things that we're learning in school at the moment. But at the same time, like, I feel like you should also take classes that interest you, and geometry interests me a lot, even though I'm terrible at it.
Usually if you're interested in something, you can go from being terrible at it to not being terrible at it because you have a genuine interest in it. And so
Yeah.
I think that's true of anything, really. Like, anything you really care about, you have the capacity to improve and learn and grow. But things you don't care about, it's like hard to force yourself to care.
I remember asking this question quite a few streams ago, about maybe 9 months ago, but I was the one that asked what your blood type was. Did you ever figure that out?
Oh. Not oh. I mean, I don't know what my blood type is. Wait a minute. I think I remember you asking me this, and I actually tried to... Yeah, I remember this now. I actually tried to check for it because I have some, like, blood test results. But,
Yeah.
it doesn't give me the type, though. It just gives me, like, other stuff. So I actually can't answer you. I don't know.
That's fine. Have you ever taken the Myers-Briggs personality assessment?
I did not, actually. Okay, so that stuff... I wasn't sure what to think about that. It seemed a little bit horoscopy to me, but I don't know.
I kind of find it interesting, but, like, in some ways it can be helpful to understand other people, but I don't really find it to be, like, useful in the sense of... I'm not really sure how to put my my thoughts into words. Maybe for, like, a job application it could be useful, and maybe for, like, just everyday conversation it could be useful, but for some people Myers-Briggs actually changes its results. Like, for me, I've gotten ENFP every single time that I've taken the test, but some people have gotten INFP, ENFP, ISTJ. It's just always been different for them, so I would not say that the test is exactly accurate.
Why does it change? Is the test different each time?
It's the same questions each time, but it kind of depends on how you're feeling at the moment of you taking
Right,
the
because you
test.
answer the questions, like, a little differently.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I put much stock into that stuff. I think I just never really cared to take it. I don't know.
Like, to be honest, the first reason, like, why I took it was because I just wanted to see what it would say about me, personally. And, whenever it, like, gave me a description of exactly what my 4-letter personality type was, I was like, hey, this is actually kind of like me.
It sounded like you when you read it.
Yeah. Like, I'm looking at the description right now. It's like pretty much me whenever I'm not depressed and anxious AF.
I like that. I haven't heard anyone use AF in spoken language before.
Yeah, like, I've just kind of added that to vocabulary very recently, actually.
I tend to use TBH and IRL, but
Same.
I haven't used AF. Not in spoken language. I've typed it a lot though.
As far as I know, Danielle is not. Hmm.
The balcony.
TBH, that would be cool AF IRL.
It's funny you mentioned English. English feels like it's evolving, kind of. Language changes over time.
Mm-hmm. I can
These
agree with that.
acronyms are kind of like seeping their way into language.
Next thing you know, our children are just going to be like speaking in just random strings of letters.
Or just emoji. Well, not
Yeah.
spoken, but
Probably.
yeah, I guess it's interesting. Like spoken language and written language are different.
Mm-hmm.
There are things you can say in text that you cannot say through like voice.
P.
There you go. I mean, you could like stick your tongue out IRL, but that's a bit different than
Yeah.
P kind of. And then the emoji with the tongue stuck out, that also carries its own significance. And different emoji sets look different, which also kind of convey different meanings. So you can't even trust them. You can't even trust them because they look different and they sort of convey something different. So you send your emoji from one device and it goes to another device and it gets translated into a different emoji set, and suddenly it's not even like the same meaning anymore.
Yep. To lose Cecil, I'd kind of think that maybe putting things in a simpler way could probably be a form of evolution.
I agree with you.
Like, simplifying something is something that I actually have a really hard time with. I always try to make things, like, really long and brought out. I don't know.
There's like an elegance
So I
and
heard you-
simplicity that's appealing.
Yeah. I heard you talking about how you used to play the violin.
Hello?
Shoot, what happened?
Oh, I thought your microphone cut out. I don't know.
Maybe the mic cut out, or maybe it was just whenever I turned my head to the right, it like stopped hearing me.
Oh, you said something about violin, and then I don't know what you said.
Yeah, I have a violin of my own. I just don't know how.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I don't know if I can even really play it anymore. It's been too long, and I think it's like, I don't think it's the easiest thing to pick back up. I had like private lessons for years, and then I just like stopped playing it, and then I kind of just like lost my ability, I think, kind of. And it was so weird. It was like, I felt like I didn't even enjoy music when I was learning the lessons because it was so like grueling or something. I just like stopped enjoying it and I stopped doing it. And then later I was like, hey, music is actually really awesome. But by then I had stopped playing the violin and I never really picked it back up again.
I personally have always had an interest in music. Like, if you knew me in real life and like went into my room right now, aside from it being a junk pit, there are like about 8 instruments in here.
Wow. Do you play any of them?
Well, the 8 that I'm referring to, I do know how to.
Wow. That's a lot.
Yeah. and I'm planning on making that number grow.
Okay, what are they? What instruments?
Alto, tenor, bari, sax, guitar. I have mellophone, which is sort of like a marching French horn. Let's see, what else? Mandolin. Man, the list goes.
That's so much.
I'm actually kind of wanting to play some of them for YouTube as well.
Yeah, you should do that if you want to.
Yeah.
Did you ever try electronic music production?
I never really found any like sources to tell me how to create it, but I have had an interest in it, and I really do like EDM.
Yeah. It's like I'm not really that great at it, but it's pretty fun. I don't do it that often though. I kind of got, well, I've had a lot of interests. Like another thing that I was kind of interested in was painting portraits, like digital portraits in Photoshop, which is like, I think I focus more on that than music.
You know, I find this really funny. I joined this Discord server like a day or so ago, and now I'm talking to you.
That's funny. You got promoted fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I have that kind of filter system to keep well, you know, I get like sometimes I get some trolls joining, so I wanted to make sure it's like under control. But yeah. How did you find, or how do you know who I am, or like how did you find out about my stuff?
I've been a fan of you for quite a long time. I actually saw your old YouTube channel.
Oh, the original one?
Yeah, the original.
Yeah, that's forever ago.
That was forever ago. I think it was like maybe 8 or so.
Yeah.
I had also always been interested in like speedrunning, but like never really had the balls to really get into it.
It's I don't even know what to say.
Like, I've tried it on my own, not really anyone else watching. It was fun. Didn't really have any recording equipment for it.
Yeah, it has like kind of a oftentimes it's hard to get everything set up like when you'd first be starting. So it's kind of like barrier to entry.
Like, nowadays, I kind of just, like, I look at it every now and then. Then again, I look at everything every now and again. Since I'm, like, so busy. I take a minor interest in speedrunning, but at the same time, like, I kind of find all the rule sets to be kind of useless.
The what?
Like, the rule sets, like, why do there have to be so many rules to the point of where there's so many different sections of the same thing, like any percent, 100%.
I could this topic is like okay. I don't even know what to say right now. I've been part of like hardcore arguments over this shit for like a long time, and it's all just politics. And it's very I would say that the best thing if you were interested in doing something with speedrunning would be to say fuck everyone else's rules, do what you want to do, think for yourself, and don't just follow the herd just because everyone else is doing some shit.
Yes, you took the words right out of my.
Like, honestly, that's just how I see it now. My mind has changed. Like, I used to see it differently. I used to try to be kind of controlling and like be this fucking politician trying to like unify everything, but it's just some bullshit. So do what you want to do.
That's what I've always kind of wanted to be. Like, I live in an area where a lot of the things that I think and say and do are not really well liked. Like, I'm openly bisexual. I have.
Wait, where do you live though?
I'd rather not.
Okay,
get
that's
that
fair.
out.
That's fair.
Let's just say south.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sucks. I'm sorry. That people.
It does. Like, specifically where I live, they also don't believe that mental illness is a thing. It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know what it's like to live in the South.
You don't want to live there.
Yeah.
Just simply put. There.
Yeah, I don't think I do. So,
It's.
I don't know. Yeah. God, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that.
Yeah.
The balcony
Like,
broke,
you know
okay.
Yeah, I was trying to add that into conversation, just didn't know when or how. Like, I would have, like, I don't know. I, like, almost had a near panic attack whenever you liked one of my tweets. And I thought I would, like, have just a huge conniption once I got in here.
Oh, I didn't know I liked one of your tweets.
Yeah, it was kind of, like, something I wanted to be meaningful. See if I can pull it up real quick. Here it is, I think. Maybe. I'm not sure. Here it is. Narcy, this whole album brought me to tears, made me laugh and remember the times.
Oh, yeah. That was a really kind tweet. I really appreciated reading that.
Yeah, like, whenever I was looking through that album, I kind of heard some of the good things in my own life. Like, the good and the bad, I just kind of appreciated it all.
You know, it's funny, I looked through that album a lot, and it doesn't, like, impact me strongly emotionally, but at the same time, I feel like it was such an adventure that it's kind of meaningful to me, even though it doesn't, like... Well, I don't know. It's just cool that when other people look at it, they, like, feel something. I think that's really good. Or, like, I'm happy to... I don't know. I'm, like, glad you felt something.
Mm-hmm. Like, maybe it's, like, every artist's dream to, like, have their creation impact someone in such... I don't want to say catastrophic. Like a good kind of catastrophic way.
Just being impactful in general, I guess. Like
Yeah.
strongly affecting. Yeah, I think you're right.
Like, that's also kind of what I want to do. Like, I've always been really charitable, and like, whenever I'm able to get the following, if ever, and if that ever comes, I'll be happy. If it doesn't, I'll still be happy with what I have. I think I just really want to get everyone together, like a lot of people together, in order to help change the world for the better.
That's a very noble goal. It's hard to figure out what is best to do, but it's like that's a good thing though to like strive for.
Yeah, it's only really your own ideology mind that's good.
Yeah, like yeah, this is kind of a deep conversation, I think. Or like I don't know, the concept of ideology and like what to do. It's a pretty deep conversation.
You know, it's so weird. I think about all these deep thoughts, but my friends around me don't really seem to understand whenever. I'm glad that I'm able to like find people who I can speak to online who actually like are as intellectual as I am.
The beauty of the internet is that you can find like-minded people because sometimes they're in short supply around you IRL, but online you can like find them.
Yeah, that's the great thing about the internet.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it.
And people always find it so weird for me to have these deep thoughts running through my mind, and then whenever I say them, they're just like,
Do you say them?
"Wait, I
Okay,
thought
do you say them in a group with other people or just like one-on-one?
Both.
I think in a group, people are less likely to open up maybe because like it's not as personal. When there's like
That makes
all
sense.
these people together, it's sort of like I don't know, sort of like a group status quo kind of thing happening. And when you talk with people one-on-one, I think it can sometimes you can delve in deeper. That's kind of unfortunate though that you didn't get much reception for those thoughts. And then also another thought that I had too is like, sorry, this is a bit unrelated, but when you said people don't accept like bisexuality where you live, I was like, really? Like, what year is this? Like, what the fuck? I don't know. It's weird to me.
It's as other people say. It's
It's 2016. That's funny. People make fun of that a lot, but like, honestly though, like, not accepting bisexuality, I don't know. It's just, how can you like justify that? I don't know.
I do also live in a fairly Christian area.
Yeah, I grew up in Catholic school and it just did not speak to me. I was there for like 10 years, like from kindergarten to high school. During the last couple of years of high school, I switched to public school and I felt kind of more comfortable. But yeah, it's like a lot of, I don't know. You're like reciting prayers and going to church in school.
Yeah, I always found that kind of cult personally.
It kind of is. Like, it kind of is. I don't know. I think these people mean well. I think they mean well. I think they want harmony and peace and prosperity, but I don't know. They have their own kind of ideology with it, and it's kind of cultish, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's people with that ideology that just take things way too far.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's hard to figure out like morality. Different people have different opinions and stuff, and it's hard. But yeah. I guess
For,
like
like-
yeah. Sorry, what?
For like the 15 years that I identified as Christian, I had never once read the Bible. Once I had picked it up for like the very first time, I was scared. I was scared of what I was believing.
The Bible, it's funny. I never read the Bible all the way through, despite having gone through all those years of like Catholic school. But yeah, there's some messed up stuff in it. I don't know. It's just weird that that's like I don't know. I don't know. The whole religion is weird.
Like, I always say that I accept people who have faith like that, but then people like diss me for my own beliefs, and I'm just like, well, time to pull out your Bible and just read out all of the flaws in it.
This sort of like challenging people's beliefs thing can yeah, people get passionate about that. Religion causes like war like sometimes, and
Yeah, it
I don't know,
does.
people will sacrifice their lives for what they believe in, so it's yeah. So, sometimes it's hard to change people's minds about things, but not always though.
Sometimes I've just never really had a way with words, and sometimes I just mix words up, and they just kind of accidentally turn something that would be considered insulting to one person. And that's, from what I've been diagnosed with, that's not my fault.
The thing is though, like, sometimes it doesn't matter what you say. It can still be perceived as offensive to someone else. And you can't necessarily, like, always, like, I mean, there's ways to be more tactful, but it's not always, like, you can't please everyone in the world. Like, people, I don't know, people are individuals, and I don't know. I don't know. Life is hard.
When has it not been?
Never, I guess. It's never not been hard.
Maybe one day.
Maybe.
Maybe things will be easier for everyone.
Maybe. I mean, there's been some positive things happening. Like extreme poverty is dropping, and life expectancy. Well, actually, I heard recently that the United States life expectancy has dropped a little bit recently, but I think there are a lot of good things that have happened in recent times, but there's also bad things that have happened, and I don't know. I just hope that, I guess, humanity as a whole can kind of bring about less, like, suffering and less, like, conflict and strife, and more harmony and peace. That's what I hope for.
I hope that maybe we can get rid of someone in the next 1 to 2 years that is probably going to put us in jeopardy.
Wait, sorry, say that again?
I kind of hope that maybe we can get rid of some people that are just putting us in jeopardy, like people who are like in power, you know?
I worry about, like, the effect on the climate and how I don't know, like, this presidential election has been something.
It was crazy. I actually ran away from home when that Trump had won.
I immediately went out and got my passport renewed because, yeah, it just felt like the important thing for me to do.
I had actually asked my mom to get me a passport. And, surprise, surprise, she said no.
Hmm.
And then proceeded to call me every single word in the book.
In the book?
An expression.
Does your mom call you names sometimes?
Just really more along the lines of insult my intelligence rather than anything else. Like, she's never really put me down for my sexuality, or it's just really been intelligence, which I can agree with. I lack some common sense.
I don't know how would it feel. I don't know.
2 years later, I'll be out of here, hopefully.
Where do you want to go? Do you just want to like leave?
I do want to leave.
Good luck with everything.
Thank you. Had a good time.
Yeah. We've talked about some sensitive subjects. I wonder what how the chat has reacted. I haven't been looking at the chat too much.
Neither have I. I've just been kind of just sitting back,
Yeah.
just looking at this whole thing. Lou.
Yeah, Lou is a person.
He is indeed a person, or is he? Who knows? She? Not gonna judge. Or they? Who knows?
Yeah, Lou is a person.
I tend to have problems with self-diagnosing my.
What do you mean?
Like, I've already been diagnosed with anxiety and depression, but I feel like there's more to it. Like, I've looked at some symptoms for PTSD and bipolar.
Do you think you might be bipolar?
Possibility, but I don't want to just like jump into it and say that I am. Like, it requires a medical diagnosis.
Yeah, I have a kind of a weird outlook on this stuff, kind of, where I mean, okay, like, I think I'm kind of bipolar, but I haven't really got it diagnosed, but also just like the label of like being bipolar versus not being bipolar, like I think of everything kind of in terms of like gradations, or like, I don't know, like I kind of challenge the whole concept of like I am or I am not bipolar. It seems more like I can have strong mood swings, and maybe it counts as this and maybe it doesn't, and it's all sort of definitions and categories, and like I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I guess these things are useful to have. It's useful to have these definitions and stuff, but I also don't feel like I need to go like find out whether I qualify as like bipolar or not. Like, I don't feel like the need to do that. I mean, I feel like if I have issues, I can talk to my doctor about the issues. But like, I don't know. I just don't take stock in those words, I guess. Of like, yeah.
I can see your point of view.
I don't know. That's just kind of how I look at it.
To Hickory, I would love to get a diagnosis on like everything so far that I feel like I have, but might have. Who knows? But like, once again, I live in a place where
Yeah, it probably
Mental
depends on
health.
location as well, depending on how the. I mean,
like I'd have to go all the way to the capital of the state that I live in order to like get real diagnosis on it.
damn. Well, I guess just try to hang in there and
I'm keeping a positive
yeah,
mindset.
try to like observe how you feel.
And my counselor has given me a bracelet with the number for the suicide hotline in case.
I've had suicidal thoughts, but never actions.
Same.
And I think it's gonna remain like that for me. I don't think I'll do anything harmful to myself because I think deep down I just like really want to like live a long happy life. And I have like this human instinct within me to survive. And like I want to survive. But sometimes my mood gets really strong and I feel like maybe this life isn't worth it, and like maybe my usefulness expired, maybe I should just like fucking just like leave. And part of me also feels like there's nothing wrong with wanting to like exit this life and then doing so. Like I don't think there's anything wrong with making that decision, but I also feel like I want to survive, so I don't think I'm gonna end up doing that. But I've never called a suicide hotline or anything like that, and I feel like I don't really need to.
I haven't either. My personal ideology on suicide is that once someone does it, it's done. You can't really change that. But I feel like if you feel like your life is pointless, that everything you do is pointless, by using that logic, wouldn't committing suicide also be pointless?
I guess so. I mean, unless you just wanted to stop feeling and experiencing at all.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's weird to think about. I don't want to die. I don't.
I mean, like, I say I want to die, but sometimes I don't really need times I do. I don't know.
The thing is, like, when you're in a depressive mood, that's not permanent, and that's also not, like, you.
Yeah, that's just you in a specific state.
Yeah. So, when I'm down, I try to remember that I'm not always going to be down.
Yeah. I tend to think
And
that way
it's
as well.
it's true too. Like I get out of my negative state. It fluctuates. I mean, it's different for different people. Some people have like really bad situations. Some people have like really bad drug addiction and stuff. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I speak of these things from a place of privilege, a place of having kind of a blessed life. I feel like I've had a good life. So, you know, my experience doesn't fit everyone. So, it's just my own outlook on it.
Lou, you're kind of 2 years off there, buddy. I'm 16. And if you want to know, I haven't self-harmed in about 5 years. That was probably not something to say out loud.
Yeah, I don't know if you wanted me to say anything, but you self-harmed when you were like 11?
Around that area, yeah. I kind of read it now. Luckily, nothing went too far. Like, I only went, like, cat scratches, like, not...
I see.
Never go... Yeah, I tend to, like, mirror some people's opinions, like, just so I don't have to start a fight.
Oh, if you want to disagree with me on anything, then you're more than welcome to do that.
You haven't really been disagreeing with my opinion.
I've agreed with most of what you said, I think, actually.
I'm just having fun. Like, right now, this is, like, one of the best moments of my life.
Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it.
I don't want this to ever end.
Oh. Well, I have been streaming for nearly 4 hours, and it is getting a little later, so I'm not sure how long I'll be on. But these talks, like, this whole thing has been enjoyable. Like, the one-on-one conversations with people. I think this is some good shit.
Yeah. This is some dank shit.
Yeah.
I know Lou doesn't care. I see people like this all the... I just usually either act like an idiot, just to make fun of them.
Yeah, Lou says things that, like, how do I say this?
He just wants to get a rise out of people.
Yeah,
He
but he's kind of good at, like, figuring out a way of doing it that's kind of amusing, but also, like, he's totally just trying to get a rise. I don't know, I don't know how to say it. It's kind of funny. Sometimes I just get a smile on my face. Even though it's like he's saying terrible shit. Like, I don't know what's wrong with me. I just, like, I don't know. It's just kind of funny.
I would have been the third person that she's...
Yeah, we had, this is the third conversation.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I should, like, put a time cap on these, or if I should, like, because someone said I'd like a chance in the audition room, and I don't know if I should, like, what if I put, like, a 1 hour cap, or, I don't know, what would be good? I'm just thinking of, like, stream formatting, so I'm just kind of, like, brainstorming out loud right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of, like, because this has been kind of fun, and there is the issue of, like, if people want to get in, but I'm not trying to force you out or anything, though. I'm just sort of, like, thinking about this stuff.
Yeah, I understand. Kopitz, I think that is my favorite Bible verse.
Wait, what
And
Bible verse?
Ezekiel 23:20. Let's say it here. Wait.
Oh, I see it.
Bible says some weird shit. Then again, everything says weird.
Lou wants me to charge people to talk to me. I don't know about that.
Only I.
I think just having
Yeah.
attained proletariat status is enough to gain the right to join the audition room.
Yeah. Like, some people have to stay in there for such long times. What I've seen, I got the short end of this. Guy was only in there for a day.
Yeah, I don't always like check in there, and the process of actually like promoting people is kind of random. Like, it's just sort of just like how people feel. So,
Mm-hmm.
but it works well as like a way of sort of keeping things in check.
Yeah.
$200 an hour for a conversation. Damn.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That's a very reasonable price, I'd say.
The one high price that I have is that my portraits cost $750. That's my one high price. If you want me to do anything. No one's taken me up on it though. No one's paid me $750 for a portrait. So I haven't done one.
I probably would, but I don't have any money. I'm just a broke kid with no job.
Yeah, you're not alone though. Don't and please don't feel stressed out by that. I mean, I know it's kind of stressful, it can be, but yeah, there's a lot of people who are just kind of like not working. I think there's oftentimes not really it feels like sometimes there's a lack of opportunity to like fulfill like something that would what am I trying to say? Like a fulfilling thing to do. It feels like sometimes if you try to make your job fulfilling, I think sometimes it's hard to find something like that.
Yeah, you kind of want to find an occupation that be fulfilling to you, something that you want to do.
Even when I was like doing freelance stuff with like graphic design, like even though I liked graphic design and like web design, like I liked doing these things. I felt kind of passionate about them, and like I went to college and improved my skills at them in college. But even despite all that, when I was working on graphic design and web design projects, it felt empty because it was just some fucking thing I didn't care about. It was like it was a project I didn't care about. Like it wasn't like I wasn't excited about the project itself. So
Yes.
I feel I've gone through life kind of in an individualist sort of manner where I want to have like a lot of control over what I'm doing, and a lot of the opportunities that are given don't necessarily give you that sort of control, and I seek out to that control. I seek it out.
I actually like that idea, Hickory. Just like playing the game as long as possible. I don't know, that kind of speaks to me.
A slow run. Okay, what's to stop a slow run from being infinitely long though?
Maybe a time cap.
Well, what prevents you from just waiting till the time cap is almost over, then ending it right at the time cap?
Yeah, rules.
Yes, rules. Indeed.
Speaking of rules, you probably notice how I have pink hair in that photo,
Yeah.
and I sadly don't.
Oh, you're not allowed to dye your hair?
Yeah.
Who, your parents or your school?
School.
Wow. Wow. That actually, I don't know. That seems silly to me.
I know, right? It's just like that kind of takes away part of the First Amendment of the Constitution. It's like you're expressing yourself, you know?
Yeah, self-expression is like this sort of I think people, okay, I don't know if this is just me. Well, I know it's not just me. I know it's a lot of people. Well, I don't know if it's everyone though, but it feels like people want like okay, when I say people want like freedom and autonomy, that can be self-expression, and that can include things like clothing or dyeing your hair or like whatever, or like having like some decked out car or I don't know, having like it can be anything. It can be painting a controller. It can be anything.
Yeah.
Just sort of like a desire for like individuality. I know some people want to just sort of like blend in though. Be kind of more invisible. But I don't know. I think people just seek it out in different ways. Like people, I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Just like feeling like you have some sort of like I don't know. Feeling like you're not nothing. Feeling like you're something.
Yeah.
I think people crave that.
I think everyone wants to feel like they are like valid in a world where there are so many things, so many like having so many of the same thing and having them all be different. It can make some people kind of feel invalid, kind of make them feel worthless.
Yeah, where you're just like one of the well, it's yeah, this stuff's kind of weird to think about.
Well, I've been told that I think about the weird thing.
Well, it's an interesting conversation, but it's hard to like, people have different motivation and different outlook on life and different like worldview and different ideology and different purpose and different meaning. So it's hard to like generalize everyone,
Yeah.
So it's hard to speak in absolutes about these sorts of things sometimes. So it's hard to make definitive statements. I don't know. When you were talking about this kind of thing, I kind of struggle to like I feel like I struggle to really say like anything exact because I don't know. Just like the concept of being part of the collective versus being like an individual or a special snowflake, if you will, or whatever.
Yeah.
And this kind of goes into the concept of identity. It's like, do you see yourself as a part of a group, or I don't know, there's different, it's complicated. This is like complicated social dynamics shit.
Yeah. I'm actually having to deal with a lot of cyberbullying.
From where?
Instagram.
Instagram, really?
Yeah.
Why?
It was actually about some political stuff.
Oh, did you make like a political message or like a...
It was the other person that had made really, really racist comment. It was either racist or sexist. But I was just like trying to calmly say, hey, maybe you should think of it in a different perspective. I'll give you like this different idea and this different ideology. Just maybe see how it interacts with you. Not really, don't have to take this ideology, but lines of just listen to other people.
And you got like bullied for that?
Yeah, like they started going crazy.
Really?
Like they went ballistic, and like
What, like, what, did you have like a profile with like your pictures or something, and they saw your red hair and call you an SJW or something?
they didn't call me an SJW.
Okay, some worse shit, I guess.
Yeah. I am, however, a believer. Say that I'm a beer, but more along the line.
Wait, sorry, what did you say? Your microphone's kind of cutting out.
I wouldn't say that I'm a social justice. What I do.
No, your microphone keeps cutting out.
No, don't let this happen. Yes. I am a believer in social justice. I wouldn't really. Just tell me that worked.
It kind of cut out again.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry.
Let me just. Wow, I am terrible at typing.
Okay, gotcha, yeah. Well, it sucks you had to deal with those people. Is that...
Still having
Oh,
to
it's
deal-
ongoing?
It's
How long has
ongoing.
that been going on?
About a month.
A month?
Yeah. Like, and like, she also reported like all of my accounts, and since like Instagram doesn't give a shit about who they ban and who they don't ban, they banned they banned me.
They banned you. Why?
Yeah.
Is there a reason?
Like they give reasons, but at the same time they like make it so broad to the point of where they're just like, yeah, we banned you. Don't contact us about it.
That's annoying.
I know.
Wait, did they find your other like social media accounts or something? Like, how are you still getting harassed if you're banned?
Like my my device specifically is banned, but the account isn't.
Oh, that's weird.
Like I'm getting notifications from accounts, and it's really crazy.
Well, you could you like ignore them?
They blocked me, so they don't see what I'm doing, and I can't really see what they're doing. But I've gotten someone to go undercover and just do a little sneaking around, see what they said about me. And apparently they said a lot once they once they blocked me. Trying to use that as proof to get my account back and get theirs taken down, if Instagram will even listen.
Good luck with the Instagram battle.
I feel like it'll rule him. To be honest, it kind of is worth the struggle, because that's where but thank you for the good wishes, regardless.
The internet is a crazy place. People can, I don't know, people can say what they will.
Mm-hmm. So haven't had any interesting dreams lately?
Actually, no, I don't think so. I think the last couple nights I did not have dreams. Which is kind of weird, because I think normally I have them.
Yeah. All of my dreams have really just been about past domestic situations.
My dreams are kind of random. Like sometimes they're just like crazy video gamey world stuff, and then sometimes they're really bizarre. And I had some really messed up dreams like earlier this year, when I had like just stopped getting high on marijuana all the time, which is kind of when you get high on marijuana, it's like I don't dream when I'm like that. So it's like just not dreaming for a long time. And then I get off of the marijuana, and then the dreams are like insanely intense and like fucks with my head. Okay, sorry, I'll say weed is Zelda rocks. By the way, I think weed is paranoia inducing, anxiety inducing, creativity inducing, and I actually don't really recommend doing it much. I don't know if you've ever done it. I know you're young though.
I never have.
Yeah.
I never have and don't really plan on it.
Yeah.
Especially since it's, as far as I know, it isn't legal.
Yeah, it's definitely not legal in the South, and I would not recommend. See, well, here's the thing though. Like the first time I ever did it, it was like definitely worth doing. And then some subsequent times it was worth doing, but then once it became like a habit, it's not worth doing. And it became damaging, I think. Yeah, so I don't know. If you have no interest in it, that's probably a good thing, I would say.
I mean, I personally kind of want it legalized because I just want people out of jail for something so minor.
Oh yeah, it shouldn't be yeah. Jail is kind of ridiculous, but yeah, I think it's bad to do it though.
Yeah, I think it'll get there.
Sorry for bringing up drugs and shit.
It doesn't matter. We're just having a normal
Yeah,
conversation.
fair.
44 or so people watching.
Oh, is it 44? I didn't check the view count.
Mine screen, it's saying.
Lou says, I live in a perpetual state of cringe. Is that true, Lou, or is that something you're just saying? Also, I might end the stream soon because if I sit too long in the chair, it's like bad for my like digestive system.
Huh.
Like I don't know, I get like gas buildup in my gut. I don't know. I have like weird fucking issues, and one of them is this like bloating issue. Actually, maybe I could go take a pill really quick. Hold on, I'll see if that helps.
Is she gone? Why are you calling me a bird for? Where's that coming from? Oh.
Oh, I should get water too. Hello?
Hello.
Oh, Lou, my digestive system has always been bad. Well, since I was like 20. So, it's always been a problem. Yeah, the stream's still going. It's been 4 hours, 15 minutes. Yeah, I have a spinny chair.
Spinning chairs are fun.
I like stand up from it and it'll just like spin like a lot. I kind of like that. I don't know what it is, like the gas buildup just happens to me when I sit too long.
Save me, Jeebus.
I think maybe I'll stop streaming after another 45 minutes. Or, I don't know. I think Kopitz wants to enter the audition room. I think maybe now is about time to switch to.
All right, that's cool. It's been really awesome to talk.
Yeah, thanks for the talk.
See you guys. Whoop.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Whoops, my speakers are really loud right now. It's pretty late. I just don't want to wake up my parents. So what I wanted to say, at least first, is I think it's really cool that with like everything that's happened, you're still doing all this stuff. You know, you're still continuing live streaming and YouTube and stuff through what everybody, you know, says, and it and you still have a nice community, like, and obviously, you know, not even a small community here on Discord. So it really shows how if you continue, I mean, that kind of thing can build up, I suppose.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. And I guess a lot of it isn't really building up because you already had, you know, a lot of a big following. Yeah, I think that's really cool. That you continue doing that. I don't know about, I guess, yeah, most people probably, you know, they would want to I don't really understand what it is about I mean, do you mind me saying, like, you know, that you did lose a lot of your following? I mean, like,
I don't mind you saying
not
that
all of it.
because I did lose a portion of my following, yeah.
Yeah, and it's and like a lot of people, you know, if that happened to them, it would be like way too discouraging, and they would they would just quit.
Well, in a way,
And-
okay. In a way, it has been very discouraging, and in a way, like I have been a little bit scattered in what I've been doing. So there have been points where I'm a little bit more distant, maybe. But yeah,
Mhm.
I'm like on the internet. It's like my home. So
Right. Yeah. But people could, a lot of people maybe would like switch aliases or whatever. Like personally, even though like it's not to a big extent or anything. I'm not famous or anything, but like, um, uh, I'm kind of well known in the Mario 64 speedrun community. Uh, Not because of my amazing speedruns. I still do it. I'm not very good. It's mostly just because of like me being in like the chat rooms and stuff. And I'll say weird things that I suppose draw attention to me, and it's like um, it's become kind of a thing where it's like kind of a habit for me to like go into a live stream, and I don't know about a habit, but like I do it purposefully, uh, partially because I do like the attention because most of it is not negative, but Puncation, right?
yeah.
Yeah. I'm banned in his chat permanently, because he said that whenever I come into a stream, it seems like I always just want people um, to draw attention to me, and like everybody talks about me when I come in there, and he says that that's probably secretly what I want. And I said, well, no, I mean, I don't, I don't think you should ban me off of an assumption, but if you want me to stop being annoying or whatever, you can just tell me. And I guess because I probably should have whispered that to him. It was stupid for me to have said that in the main chat. But he then banned me.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, and like there were a lot of people, like obviously agreeing with the streamer in there, saying like that I was autistic and whatever,
always throw
really,
that word around.
annoying and all that stuff. Huh? I'm
They
sorry.
always throw that word around.
Yeah, and I've never been diagnosed, but I have suspicions that I have Asperger's, which is not really why it bothers me. It's more just I don't know. It depends on the way you use it, I suppose. Obviously, it does. It doesn't bother me as much as some people, I suppose, but it's one of less the less like what is it? I guess defended terms, or not defended terms, but you know what I mean. Like people normally will go after other words like the N word or something like that, and they'll be like, oh, never use it, but like, which makes sense. Obviously, you shouldn't. It's just for some reason that one gets less attention, and I don't know. I mean, that's really the only reason why it bothers me. I feel like it should get as much attention as anything else like that. But anyway, it was just like that little bit that kind of just like I was like the little bit of like I guess hate that I was getting there. I kind of felt, even though it was only a little bit, but it still like impacted me for a short amount of time.
Yeah, like when people say stuff online, it's not necessarily meaningless, and it's possible to feel from words.
Right. Yeah. Especially when it's coming from somebody that has such a big following like Puncation. Like because obviously he was like I guess the ringleader or whatever. Not the ringleader, because it's not like it was some terrible like bullying situation or something. Because I was being annoying.
But he incited it, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and like it was. I guess it's just like the fact that so many people respect this person that has these strong opinions against me.
Yeah.
I guess that's one reason why a lot of people would they when they meet somebody famous, they want them to like them, right? Obviously not every famous person is like a great person or anything, and they have followings for different reasons, but it's still, I guess, like what's like it still impacts you whether you want it to or not.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought because like tinnitus just kind of kicked in. Like I hear this high pitched noise. It's fading away now. But
do you have a CRT on somewhere in your house?
I think it's just like me.
Yeah,
it's weird. It's been happening more recently.
What's that syndrome called? Where you I forget what it's called. It's where when you've heard a lot of like loud noises and high pitched noises, you get this thing. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know. I have this I have exploding head syndrome though.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was talking about tinnitus.
Yeah, tinnitus. I guess I have that as well. It just kicked in just now. Like I don't know why. It faded out already, but it was actually it was like loud though. It's like holy shit. It really distracted me from what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I get like some kind of tinnitus like thing when I'm like when it's extremely silent. It'll like, and I just sit there doing like I just sit there and I like focus on listening to it. It'll get pretty loud in my ears, but luckily it doesn't happen other than then. But what was I saying before? I guess yeah, I was just saying like I don't especially even before Punkation even knew who I was, I didn't especially like him as much as like Cheezo5. You know who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or like some of the other people in the community, just because he seemed like he just seemed like he couldn't really take a joke and like stuff like that. But it's just the fact that he has a big following and he impacted a lot of people to not like me, I guess. But that's obviously not everybody knows me. Like a lot of people know you. Like if I think I was talking to somebody at my school the other day who knew who you were.
Oh wow.
Like yeah, there's a lot of people who do. A lot of people at my school. Just I don't remember how it got brought up, but just yeah, people who that's what makes it different, I guess.
What
because
context they know me in. If they, I don't know, because people have very different opinions about me, and I guess that's what this whole conversation is kind of about. Is like others' perception of you.
Exactly. Yeah, and I can't say it was good necessarily, but at the same time, they don't. I'm sure they've never sat down and watched one of your live streams or anything. They just hear what other people say, right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Stuff spreads like memes, and sometimes it's not.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, well, that was only one person's perspective. I think there were other people I was talking to that only knew you from like a long time ago, but like they had like seen you at some GDQ or something.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's what makes it a little different. Like I can still be Kopitz. My alias can still be Kopitz, and I can still like go and do what I want other places. It's just one speedrunning community that may not.
Do you feel like that it's Mario 64 in general that you don't like feel comfortable with now? Not the game, but the community? Or do you mean specifically Punkation's chat?
No. Well, I mean, it's not that I don't feel comfortable with the community. It's not like when I go to a chat, everybody hates me. You know, it's like it's just that some of them like. Do you know? I think I saw their name earlier here. Do you know Bootsy Collins?
Maybe not.
I think they're under the. I think they're in the Discord somewhere, or there's somebody named Bootsy at least. BEU.
That sounds familiar, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's like one of the
Bootsy. Yeah, that's someone in my chat or in my Discord.
Yeah. That's one person who was them and somebody else named Paracusia were calling me, like they were saying I was like a cringy kid or whatever. I suppose I was kind of asking for it, you know, just saying weird things in chat and stuff.
People have like this. I have a feeling that people have this innate desire to step above others. It's sort of like an ego thing.
Mm-hmm.
And all of this shit is kind of like related to that kind of. It's like this human nature thing. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's like by stepping on other people, you raise yourself up. Or
right.
You tear them down from a position that seems unfair. Like if you perceive an imbalance where they, like for I don't know, maybe
part of it's probably jealousy.
Yes.
You know.
And part of it could be like in your example, like okay, so like let's say the things you say in the chat get a lot of attention,
mm-hmm.
and then people are jealous of the attention, and then they tear you down because there's that perceived imbalance where you're receiving the attention and they're not. And so when you see someone in like a higher position get torn down or whatever, it like satisfies the human ego. It's like this it's like human, like instinctual desire. Like I don't know, this is I feel like there's something to this, like this is kind of how people operate. And I don't know, it's just, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's something that you shouldn't have to expect, but that you should at this point, you know, like just like you were saying, I mean, you know, it's kind of human nature for a lot of people, or you know, it just is human nature, and if it's human nature, then you have to expect it, but you shouldn't have to, because it's not a good thing.
I mean,
not everybody's gonna do it, but or a lot of people are gonna feel it, and going through with the feeling and actually tearing somebody down is different than only feeling it.
Yeah, but also I think it's kind of complicated because like sometimes what you're tearing down isn't an individual, but it's like some structure or something. And sometimes that could be like beneficial for some reason. Maybe not to the structure itself, but to like for the greater good or whatever. I don't know. It's like so I don't know. It's complicated. It's complicated.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought because my cat was like clawing at my arm. Yeah, what Luna said in the balcony chat. That's kind of like what I was saying about how, just what you were going through with the with what you're saying, or actually saying it to somebody is different from only feeling it. But yeah,
and there's also not even like saying it to them, but there's also like talking behind people's backs.
Sometimes that can, I don't know about be worse, but that can be like, I guess it can be worse. Yeah, I guess it could be worse than saying it to them. I suppose for me, I would rather them say it to me. Yeah. Personally.
Yeah, I've dealt with a lot of like I've been very, I don't know why. I don't know if this is just because I'm like weak-willed or something, but I have definitely like Googled myself a lot and found a lot of locations on the internet where people talk about me, and
like Reddit or
like
whatever.
Reddit and 4chan and shit.
Forums.
Yeah, and
4chan, that's not going to be a good one, is it?
And so I sort of just like absorb like all of these posts, and I think it might have been just damaging to my mental health.
Yeah, I've seen some stuff about that too. Don't necessarily. I have to admit, when I first saw it, I was like, oh, well, that's like I kind of agreed with what they were saying. But I came in to your channel and I was like, oh, okay, you actually stream on a regular basis. I was like, might as well watch, and I joined the Discord. And I was like, this is actually, these people are pretty like nice and normal here. This is a fine community, I don't see.
I like the Discord. I hope it keeps growing.
Yeah.
In like a good way.
Right, of course. Yeah, it's like I don't see how it's all in the center of it. Every part of this community here, every part of the Discord, every part of the stream chat, the center of it is all good. You have people like Lou or whatever that are just obvious trolls, or just, Lou was coming up with clever ways to say what he wanted without getting banned. And that's the part that spreads, though. The people like Lou come in and they are like, "What? Why am I getting timed out?" or whatever, because he was getting timed out. And they go and they spread that, like, "Oh, I got timed out for disagreeing." That's most likely what he's gonna go say. He's gonna be like, "I got timed out because I disagreed with what people in the chat were saying." But that's not what happened. It is, but it's not. That's not really, saying exactly what happened, which is it's much more complicated than that, I guess. Not much more complicated, but you know what I mean. Like he came in here obviously trying to aggravate people, and he got what he deserved.
Lou is kind of like a reoccurring troll, so it's sort of like his identity here.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah, I was
I don't know.
like the way you're talking about it. Yeah, you've been here before. Um, I don't know why the negativity is what spreads though. I don't know what that is.
I think
I'm not going to say I
it's
haven't.
related to what I was talking about though. Like,
Right.
I
Oh
think
yeah,
so. Where
yeah.
it's like people want something to step on because it makes them feel good. It makes them feel
That's
in
true.
control.
Because
And there's a jealousy element. Like some
yeah.
people are jealous of my Patreon, even though it's not even enough to live off of. Like, you know, it's a good amount of money each month though, and
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
that's another reason for jealousy. It's another reason for people to try to like tear down. Also the attention that I get, because even though people talk about me negatively a lot, it's still like, it's still a lot. So there's like the attention factor. So it's more of a reason for people to not like me. And
Right.
I don't know, some things I've said
Right.
in and out of
Yeah.
context, because I myself have like witnessed this whole spectacle, and I myself have been provoking in a way. Like, I've definitely said some provoking things kind of with the intention of like using this negative force to just like, it's like these people just want to be upset, so let me say something that will upset them, and they'll run off and go crazy about it, and then they do that. And it's kind of playing with fire. It's kind of like breathing into a whirlwind. It's kind of like it's a little bit of like a double-edged sword, but I've definitely harnessed that, and I've explored this concept of the human ego over the last year, and
Yeah. Have you seen what's his name? Skazi's video about
Yeah.
you? Yeah, that was like one of the first things I saw, and it was like, I haven't been a part of the speedrunning community for a long time at all. It was only like, I guess, this summer when I watched like parts of SGDQ for the first time. And then like I started watching Mar64 speedruns and doing them myself around early October, late September, and of this year. And so I don't really know, but what he said and what I've heard other people say is that you were like the most famous person in the community. I don't know, like I said, I don't know firsthand.
I am the most influential speedrunner of
Right.
the history of speedrunning thus far. And I say that with the same sort of provoking ego firing back. It's saying something like that puts me on a pedestal, which causes other people to want to pull me down. It's feeding into this like this desire to step on others, because when I raise myself up on a big platform, then other people just want to tear me down even more eagerly. So it's playing with fire. But also,
Yeah.
I was the most impactful speedrunner though, so it's not like hyperbole.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I've seen. I've seen compilations of you being like, I saw one video where there was like, you were like, all right, my next goal for whatever, I forget which one it was, but it was like it was a Final Fantasy game. It was like, I want to get sub 14 as this one character, and then you like destroyed that, and then the same thing with another character, and then just like a whole bunch of other stuff like that. And I thought that was pretty insane, just like getting world records left and right, kind of.
The thing is, like, it wasn't just records. Like, the reason why I'm able to say something like that is because there was a community building aspect that was largely influential, and because I was so laser focused on it, and eventually things didn't work out in the end.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the scene's kind of different now. But I know that I played a big role in all of this. And it wasn't just the stream. But the stream was also a big part of it, though. Like, it was everything. I was firing on all cylinders. So I have some ego with this shit.
Right. I mean, kind of hard not to, I suppose.
Well, so what's different now is that things are kind of, other than GDQ, things are kind of spread apart, which I think it's kind of fine. And actually, recently, there's more... Okay, things are always changing, you know? And things are still changing now, because now, like, this sort of, like, YouTube scene is kind of firing up a little bit, where there's more discussions happening now, and people are kind of, like, trying to see what else they can get out of speedrunning, and people are dreaming up groups or, like, constructs that could, like, try to elevate speedrunning in some way. And, you know, people are fine to dream these things up, but they create, like, a power structure in which, like, there's sort of, like, an in-group that benefits from it. And it's hard to, like... And you know what? That was true of my shit, too. Like, I was part of the in-group, I guess. Like, from the live streaming era, okay? Like, I was in, okay, ground floor, in a position where I was part of, like, an in-group. And I benefited from that. And now people are trying to come up with other ways to, like, construct some sort of, like, structure and then, like, benefit from it while also simultaneously pushing speedrunning up. And you know what? Life isn't fair. So there's always going to be some sort of, like, imbalance where you have, like, people angry because certain people are being elevated. And, you know, I felt a lot of anger at me when I was in, like, a high position. Like, there was a lot of anger at me. And it was also kind of hard to cope with because some of these people, I mean, they could have been peers maybe, but it was sort of like just loathing and isolation.
And you're talking about, like, 2014, 2013 now?
I'm talking, like, 2013, 2014, I guess.
Right, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, like, I go back, and what people say is that they've seen some kind of a personality change, right? And I don't see that. I don't really see. I suppose I can see what they're talking about, but I don't think it's a personality change. I think it's just more of a just an adaptation to the circumstances or whatever. What I mean is, I went back and I think I was, like, watching some old VODs or whatever just like to catch myself up on the situation, and also because, you know, they were very entertaining. And you're obviously still the same person, and I really, and I like, I mean that, like, I mean that I do, and I should, everybody should see the same person in you because you're the same person. And I honestly I don't see why what people are saying is I don't see why people seeing the Do you see where I'm going with this? I'm having trouble like
Okay.
putting it into words, I suppose.
Okay.
Um,
We're all changing throughout our lives. Every day we
Right.
wake up a different person, but there is you know, like I'm in tune with what I've done in the past and who I am now, and it's all been a journey for me. And I don't know, like people who think that there's something like fundamentally wrong with me,
mhm.
like other than perhaps like fear, anxiety, like you know, like whatever fucking like issues I may have, like people
Right.
think there's something like people are frustrating. People need to let
Yeah,
go
I
of the
don't see-
past,
I don't see it. Yeah.
and
I don't see anything abnormal, at least.
the abnormal thing, I guess, is my sleep issues, and like I have strong mood swings. I have strong mood
Mhm.
swings, but
Well, see, my brother is bipolar and my sister is transgender. Um, and I there's like a big difference in, I guess they're both kind of transgender, except one of them hasn't started doing anything yet. You know what I mean? Hormonal, what's it called? Hormonal replacement
yeah, HRT,
treatment.
yeah.
Is that what it's called? Yeah. Well, the other one has, and is pretty much finished with it. But there are huge. I just don't want him to hear me right now. That's all. There are huge mood swings that my brother has, and they're very frustrating. Because he'll do like a lot of frustrating things where he'll yell at me for seemingly no reason at all. And my parents see it too. They don't want to say anything. He's very depressed, and he has attempted suicide pretty much twice within like a month, but that was a year ago. Luckily, so he hasn't done anything recently like that, but he's felt similar to that recently. But the problem is that uh, when I get frustrated, I know that the way, just from looking at his Twitter, that I don't think he knows that I've looked at, but he's 20 years old, by the way. After looking at that, I see like a correlation between how our family is reacting to things, because he doesn't go anywhere. He just lives at home and he stays in his room. Sometimes he'll go places, but it's very rare. So that's some of the only human interaction that he does have in real life, and I do see the correlation, and I don't I don't want to make him feel upset that he'll get more depressed. You know what I mean? Is that
Are you saying that you don't know what to do? Or
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I'm sorry, like what do you mean you don't know what to do?
I mean, I don't want him to be in this social like like just like he's in a
Isolation, kind
social.
of.
Well, yeah, and I think that he's in that social isolation mostly because he has a lot of trouble and anxiety talking to people. Um, Me mixtape, I am using the right pronouns um, for my siblings. Right meaning their preferred pronouns, yes. Um, but he what was I saying? So so like I think that he is in that social isolation because he has a lot of anxiety and he has trouble talking to people and making new friends. Um, like for example, over Thanksgiving, he got like really drunk at my aunt's house, and he got more drunk than most people would because he's on some medications like Xanax that make him more drunk, and he ended up like throwing up. Right? But he met somebody. He met my cousin's girlfriend, who ended up being really nice to him and being like a really good friend to him. So what happened was he was really just angry after he like threw up, and he I think he was angry in it because he like threw up in the car and stuff, and like it was obvious that he had way too much drink and everybody knew that. And I think he was angry at himself, and he was yelling at everybody else in our family in the car. And
Okay.
yeah, and but my the reason why I say this is because he ended up saying that he thought it was completely worth it what he had done, a good lesson, but also worth it because he had met because he was drunk, he was less anxious, which is why he said he kept drinking, and he met that person, so it was worth it that he had met a new friend while he was there.
Okay.
But he shouldn't have to get extremely drunk to the point where he throws up in our car, where he shouldn't have to get, and I'm sure he knows this. He shouldn't have to get to that point to where he can make a new friend. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Yeah. And I think that's partially where the social isolation comes from.
Well, it sounds like the social isolation is actually kind of the reason why he felt that he had to get that drunk in order to open up.
Right.
Or the social anxiety or whatever.
Right. JP Pellet. I am saying that my brother's issues are because he's bipolar, not because he is transgender. That is not what I was saying. But so he was talking to my parents today. I overheard him, or overheard them in the living room today, and he was talking about. I don't even see the confusing thing, right? He is. He used to say, right, 1 year ago, that he was transgender, and that and he was born a male, and I'm still calling him he because that's what he told me, or he hasn't told me otherwise yet. He hasn't told anybody otherwise yet to call him anything different. His online alias is as a girl, though. And I don't know if he's still confused what he is or whatever, but now he's saying that he's just gender queer, or at least as to what I've heard the most recently. He's gender queer, but he still wants HRT. I don't know if he wants to be like more physically in the middle or something. I honestly I don't know a lot about this stuff. But he like you can be non-binary and one HRT. Yeah, I understand that, but I don't like I get that. I mean, obviously, he is non-binary and wants HRT. I get that. Like, but and I definitely, I'm not saying that I don't support it or anything. I'm just saying is there like because there's a whole spectrum, right? Am I wrong?
Um,
I don't know what I'm talking about, really. I mean,
you can think of it like a spectrum if you wanted to. That works.
yeah, like, because I suppose um, if he was gender queer, maybe like, or like, maybe he could have been gender queer and not want the HRT, but that is just specifically what he wants, and I understand that, but I don't relate to it, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say. Yes, Todd Sneg. It is very complicated. That's why I'm having trouble. um, but anyway, my point is, the reason why I brought that up is that my parents he doesn't have a job, and my parents are not going to um pay for it.
Okay.
They're not going to pay for the HRT. They're going to allow him to buy it for himself, but I don't believe that they are paying for it.
Um,
Um. Anyway, but yeah, so the reason why I say that is because that's another thing. I believe that he would probably have less social anxiety if he um appeared or was the way that he wanted. You know what I mean?
that makes sense.
Yeah, that's the reason why I'm saying that. Um, People are talking about Persona. My brother actually loves Persona. He bought me Persona 4, and I never finished it. I need to finish it sometime. Um, but he likes a lot of that kind of stuff that has similar, I guess, commentary on that kind of stuff.
Wait, sorry,
Like Persona has.
Oh, yeah, I never played that.
Yeah, it has. From what I've heard, it has like commentary on like homosexuality and stuff like that. So, but anyway, so I brought up my brother, but my sister is very, at least now, quite a lot more social, and I definitely think
that's
that.
good.
Yeah, I definitely think that her transition helped that a lot. Um, definitely more. She's definitely more like out there and outgoing. And she is very. She actually knows who you are. I asked her if she knew
Oh,
who you
wow.
were, and she said, "Yeah, yeah." I'm a part of. We're a part of like a certain niche on Twitter, and I think pretty much everybody would know who you were in that niche of Twitter. But anyway, yeah, I think that her that that the contrast between my because my brother is a lot like how my sister used to be before her transition. Not exactly, but a lot, because she's not bipolar. But that's one thing. But of course, that's not going to change everything. Um, so I think if my brother got HRT or whatever, it would probably help his help the same way that it helped my sister, don't you think?
It could.
Yeah. Do you think it, like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm not positive. I find it a little, I guess, not scary, but like, I don't know how I feel about the fact that he still seems to be confused on how he wants to be, but he still wants HRT, because once you have HRT, it's kind of hard to go back from that, right?
Yeah, well, some things are kind of permanent, like the breast growth.
Mm-hmm.
But having a sort of like confusion about it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's very common, actually.
Right. Right.
It's
but,
kind of a
but
confusing thing.
of course, well, of course, it's very common. But would it be a good idea to still have HRT when you're still confused about it?
Well, maybe they need to talk about it and think about it a lot, and maybe someone could help them with that.
Yeah. I mean, he goes to a therapist.
That's good.
My brother does. Yeah. JP Pellet. I wouldn't. No, I don't think that they prefer me. I think that they think I'm more social and have. they probably think I have less problems. I definitely have my own problems. Like I've said, I mean, I argue a whole lot with my parents. I have problems that my siblings don't, but they're probably more common, or not common, but what's the word? I guess practical for their age, because my parents are pretty old. They're in their 50s, and it's like and like you can imagine how parents in their 50s would react to that, right? Like the just them being transgender and all. How old are your parents, Narcissa?
They're getting older. My dad is 66 or so. Actually, I might be off by 1 year.
Right.
And my mom is 10 years younger.
Mm-hmm. Here, 1 second. Sorry, 1 second. All right, sorry about that. So are they conservative?
No.
No. Are they supportive?
Yeah.
All right. So that's good, but my parents are not. They are definitely more supportive than some people would be, because a lot of people seem to just stop loving their children. Pretty much, they'll kick them out of the house.
Yeah.
And
I've heard a lot about stories like that, and I'm thankful for my situation with my parents, because it feels like a pretty good connection I have with my parents. So
yeah, that's
I'm
good.
really thankful for that.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think my sister feels the same way. What happened was last year, my parents, they didn't really just kick my sister out of the house, but what they did was they they are paying for her rent. She kind of has a job, but not really. She's having a lot of trouble finding a job.
Yeah, a lot of people are.
Yeah. And I think what she's thinking and what my parents are thinking is like, I think mostly my parents, is that they don't want to hire somebody who's transgender. And they can tell because I don't think she's changed her legal name yet. I am not positive, but you know, it shows up as Simon on the legal document, and then Molly as the preferred name. You know. But anyway, they did not want her in the house anymore because they thought that she was a bad influence to me, because she curses or whatever and just talks about pee and poop a lot, which I guess they're not a fan of. But they pay for the apartment, so that is a good thing. And they also recently said she wants to move to Canada, and they said that every dollar that she makes, they will match it with another dollar.
That's cool.
Just as motivation to get more money. Because sometimes it can be demotivating when you're not able to make much, and if you're able to make twice as much, then that's going to motivate you, right? You just have to make some in the first place.
There's so many problems with this life right now. I hope the world can get to a better place, like a more sustainable world of abundance and prosperity.
Right, exactly. And a lot of it is, pretty much all of it is all just from people having different opinions. That's pretty much all of it. It's all, politics is like the best example of it, because that's all opinions. But like, there's religion and there's
science.
There's science, yeah. There's all that different stuff. And personally, I actually am a Christian. So it's kind of almost being caught in the middle of other people finding my personal opinions. How old are my siblings? My brother's 20 and my sister's 23. But anyway, yes, no, I'm not Catholic. But
do you feel like your religion affects your views of, like, your siblings?
Well, sometimes that's the really hard part, right? That is the really hard part, because I feel like people, well, I don't feel like, but people make me, well, I guess I do feel like, just from a lot of things, because my church does not support LGBT or any of that stuff. Or not support, like, the marriage, at least. Personally, like, I'm more, I guess, of a libertarian when it comes to that kind of thing, but like, people make me feel like it's all, I shouldn't support it, and I should say everything otherwise. But there's two reasons why I don't want to do that. There's the obvious reason of not having acceptance from them, and then there's the other, I suppose, obvious reason of I I pretty much disagree with that. JP Pellet, I think that is uh, that's a stereotype. Because I don't think everything's an abomination. I don't think being gay is an abomination. I don't think it's a choice. So how can it be an abomination? However, I am a Christian, so I suppose I do, because the stereotype does come from something. Yes, mainstream Christians, exactly. Or most of them, anyway. Not all of them. Not all of them. My sister is friends with some very supporting Catholics. Yeah, Ray. That I feel like that's the right thing to do. Is to, I find it 100% the right thing to do to follow the Bible, still, as hard as it can be. Don't always succeed. But people interpret it in different ways. Am I right? Not everybody's gonna read the Bible and read the same things from it, or get the same things from it, I suppose. And I'm glad. Let's see. Here's another thing, right? Here's something here's something I really like about this community right now. Is that the base people at the part of the community don't hate me for being a Christian. And I suppose that's encouraging of her.
I have my
I
opinions
don't know.
on Christianity, but I think in general, people who are Christian, I think they mean well. I think they want peace and harmony.
Yeah, I
and,
heard you say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just yeah.
Yeah, I mean, is there anything that I said that you disagree with, or anything?
Well, your microphone cut out slightly when I think you mentioned the Bible and interpreting it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people interpret it differently. Yeah.
I feel like I don't know if you wanted to get in any sort of debate.
No, it's fine. Just
Well,
it's all right. Gotten into many in my days.
I guess I would ask why you feel like you need to, or I guess, like, why are you a Christian? Why do you want to interpret the Bible and use that as like a moral guideline? Like, I guess I would ask those questions.
Okay. Well, it varies for a lot of people, but it all starts with, just my parents. Both of my siblings used to be Christian and are now atheists. I don't know if that'll happen to me, but it happened to them after my current age, which is 16. And the reason why is because I always know it sounds weird to a lot of people, and I can see why it does sound kind of weird, and I've definitely thought about it that way. thought about how weird it sounds, but I believe it because I feel it, and I feel evidence that I've seen. And I know it doesn't sound like I'm basing it off of much. While you can base a lot of things off of um, science and all that. I'm not the best at explaining this, but like, I guess when I like think about how, um, let's say, God made it obvious that He existed to everybody, right? Then everybody would blindly follow Him out of fear, right? Am I wrong?
Out of fear?
Yeah, out of fear, because He would say, like, you get eternal life if you follow me.
You mean if God made, I guess, him or her or whatever, if God made themselves evident?
Yeah, usually God is referred to as
Okay,
a he,
for the sake of this conversation, I'll just use he.
Right.
Okay, so you're saying, so if God made himself evident to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then people would have a reason to.
Exactly.
Okay.
And if there was like, and people say, why is it that bad things happen to people who follow God? Wouldn't God love those people? Well, then it would be obvious that, like, everybody, all the atheists and whatever, would be like, wait a minute, these Christians seem to be doing something right. Their lives are all great. And then the same thing would happen. They would people would notice the same thing, and they'd follow it out of fear. I feel like there's not much that I'm losing, and a lot that I'm potentially gaining by being a Christian.
Are you saying that you're a Christian out of fear?
No. No, no. It's a faith, right? Because I do.
Sure, okay.
Yeah. The way that it's expand. I'm in a my religion is called Christadelphianism. And it's Christian. It's like a sect of it, like, Catholic, Presbyterian, all that stuff. It's just a very small one.
Oh, I haven't heard of that, actually.
It's bigger written. You haven't?
No.
Yeah, most people haven't heard of it. It's bigger in Australia and England, but still, you probably haven't heard of it if you're from those places. Yes, I agree, Brick. I should not be the person to explain religion. I know that I'm not. I know that I'm not the person to be doing that. But I'm not trying to explain religion. I'm more trying to explain the reason why I'm a Christian myself.
I'm sorry if this it's not a conversation you want to have.
Oh, no. It's fine. It's not that.
Because I feel like I could kind of debate this or something. But maybe that's weird.
Well, no,
totally not what you want to be doing right now.
No. It's not. It's more. It's not that. I've had my own debates that I've started myself. And I'm just. Okay, so if I just had to put it simply, I guess the reason why I am a Christian is because I feel like the meaning of life is to worship the Creator that loved me enough to give me life. And I know that sounds real, and people people are gonna look at me and say, this guy's crazy, it's like a hallucination. But that, yeah, and also I want to be in the kingdom of God. Christodolphins don't believe that you go to heaven when you die. We believe that you stay in the ground. You are dead until Jesus comes back, and then the kingdom is on earth. That's how we interpret it, because
Heaven on earth.
It's because contrary to popular belief, the Bible never says you go to heaven when you die. Never once does it say that, but I can see where people get the idea. It's like a pagan thing, I believe. But yes, I that's the reason. It's because I feel like that is the meaning of life, and the reason why I feel that's the meaning of life is the evidence and what I do feel. And what I feel obviously can't be transferred over to other people, which is why they're not blindly following it, because of the people that do feel it. But yeah, see, what Lou's saying now is exactly what I would expect, because that's what it sounds like when it comes out of my mouth around
It
other
says
people who don't believe the same
message
things.
retracted. I didn't get to read it. Oh well.
Oh really? Here, let me go back for a second. But yeah,
okay.
he said, yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying before. That's what it feels like when I say it.
Okay, well, I guess okay. So what I would say is,
Not sure why you retracted it, but
what I would say is that so why do you assign what created you as being like somehow a part of Christianity? And why do you look at the Bible as like I guess part of that? Like the concept of like creator, and like, doesn't that as a concept seem kind of more like whatever brought you about? Doesn't that seem kind of more general of a concept than just it was the Christian God and the Bible is like the truth?
Well, okay, so what you're saying is like me being created
doesn't necessarily have to align exactly with whatever brand of religion that you follow, or Christianity or whatever.
Okay. Well, I suppose it's because the Bible has these 2 points to it, right? I mean, these aren't the only 2 points, but that matter when I'm saying this, right? So the Bible says that God created everybody and everything. And the Bible also has certain evidence that makes me believe it, I suppose. There's one thing that is said in I want to say it's Revelations. It says that when Jesus returns and the kingdom on earth, when that commences, I think it's the south side of Jerusalem or the south side of Israel or something, where will break off and raise into the sky. I don't remember exactly what it says, but it's something very similar to that. And there's also a fault line right there that splits the north and the south of that exact area. That's the main thing. That is the main thing that I will bring up. That's not the one thing, but that's the main thing that I usually bring up. when asked about evidence, I suppose. And if the Bible says if the Bible says evidence, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if the Bible has evidence of it being real that I personally believe, um, and the Bible also says that that God created me, then you see where I'm going with
But your
this?
evidence is that there's like a fault line around the area where supposedly heaven on earth will like break free when the time
Yeah,
comes.
there's a fault line that separates the city that will that will or separates the city that the Bible says will raise into the sky. Then you see what I mean? And that's not the one. That's not the one piece of evidence.
So
But
it's
it's a
a. Could you mention the other evidence?
All right. So there's another thing that says 1 second, let me, especially in the Roman Catholic Church, the uh wait so Danielle, are you saying that are you asking me if we do the bread and the wine stuff like that? Yeah, we do. Only baptized people. We have another view of baptism where you don't get baptized when you're a baby, and you get baptized when you feel that it's right. Hopefully that answers your question.
I always liked
But
drinking the wine in church. That was my favorite part.
yeah. Well, I don't get to do it yet because I'm not baptized.
Oh, yeah. I think I was
Um,
baptized when I was like, how old was I? I don't know. I wasn't a baby. I was a little bit older.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the difference, though. It's considered extremely young if you're baptized when you're like 12 in Christadelphianism. But all right, let me go back to what I was saying. So, so the Bible says that Jews are like.
Oh boy, it's Lou's favorite
What's-
topic. Hold on, wait 1 second. Let me just get some more water, okay?
Okay, yeah. Lou's favorite topic. Two different things to do with the bread and the wine. Well, let me search them up real quick because I honestly do not know what those words mean.
Hello?
Oh, are you back?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I was gonna just look up real quick. The substance. Oh. Are you asking Danielle if it's symbolic? Because I don't think it coexists with it. I do think it's symbolic. It's not. It's not the same. I'm actually. Obviously, I'm not physically doing it, but it's not like I'm. That's how it's meant to be, I guess. I don't know. Not completely sure. How to answer that question? I suppose I should know. But okay, so what I was gonna say, right? So Jews are like God's chosen people, right? That's what the Bible says, right? Um, However, I'm a Christian. Why am I not a Jew? Well, it's because, um, Jews crucified Jesus, right? And they killed him, and that is what, um, and that's like, I suppose, Jews, like disciples were Jews. Jesus's 12 disciples, they were Jews. So it's not like they were always like that. Um, but they but the Bible says that they're God's chosen people, and they are everything. That became I believe 1947, I want to say. And there was the, or again, I should say, and there's the Holocaust. There's like all the uh, executions on, all that stuff. However, Jews are still very prominent, and they're mostly prominent in that one specific place, the one holy place that the Bible considers the holy place, Israel. Now, of course, they're going to be there no matter what, but that's another thing, is just the fact that that Israel is a nation. It became a nation again, right? And doesn't that seem kind of against the odds? I know I'm not explaining this very well, but just pretty much the other evidence is that Jews are God's chosen people, and after everything that's happened, they're still around. And also just the fact that the nation of Israel became a nation again. And I thank you for that, Ray. But yeah, that's the other stuff that I have to bring up as evidence. I guess it's not the best example of evidence, but it's the closest that it gets.
All right.
Because evidence is like usually consider that to be something that is like, I guess, proven more, but there's people who, if the vast majority of people are people who oppose that, it's not exactly proven. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it sounds like some things kind of are in alignment for you with all this, so it feels like maybe that's right for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, that evidence that you brought up, I mean, it doesn't really convince me of anything. But
right. No, I didn't really.
I mean, different strokes for different folks.
Right.
But I like that idea of heaven on earth. I think I think sometimes I daydream about potential futures, and it feels like there is, I guess I look at this in a very different way though, but I feel like there is a massive potential for humanity to kind of evolve and overcome all of our issues in the present and thrive and exist. And to me, that's kind of like a heaven on earth, maybe. And I think that it could be very transformative. And
yeah,
I
think,
yeah, and it almost, I don't know, when you mentioned like the day where heaven on earth comes or whatever, it sounded like, it reminded me of my thoughts on that, because I kind of like am desiring humanity to like kind of like transcend our limitations and become more free.
And I think something interesting about that is that I don't believe in hell. I don't believe in the devil. They're not, I mean, people will say, oh, the Bible says Satan walked around with Jesus and told him to do bad things. Well, that was all, in my opinion, my interpretation, just that was just a symbol for sin, for his temptation. Satan means temptation there, if you look at like the old Greek translations and stuff. But anyway, the point is, I don't believe in hell, because hell is extremely, what kind of a loving God would put somebody through eternal torture. I mean, no matter what they did, that is not, that's not, you know, that's not right. And the thing about the kingdom being on earth is that the people who are alive at the time will be able to see, exactly exactly what turned out. Because let's say, you go to heaven when you die, but there is no hell, so you just die when you die if you don't believe in God. And nobody would ever be able to see what happened if they didn't believe. And it's just, I think that's comforting, I suppose. Some god that wiped out the entire city several times in the Old Testament. Yeah, I think you're talking about Sodom and Gomorrah, right?
I think what happened.
Yeah.
I think what happens. Here's my belief about death. My belief about death is that when you die, I believe that, the conscious mind ceases to be conscious because it stops working, and then you stop, and and I believe the world continues on. So
yeah,
then I
believe the same thing.
And
at least until a certain point.
And then I also believe that what you do in your life is kind of like an extension of you. So even though your body may die, the things you do still leave an impact on the world. And I think that I almost view that as like the soul, kind of, sort of like your influence on the world. And I don't know.
Makes sense.
That's kind of how I look at it.
Yeah. Huh. I guess I never really thought of it that way I guess that makes sense. It's like the person's soul living on is people's memories and their influence. Yeah, that makes sense. And I agree, like with the fact that your soul's not doing like anything, physically. You're not doing anything mentally while you're dead. Except that changes, in my opinion, when Jesus returns to earth. Because, see, the thing is about the different sects of Christianity, is that, oh, look at that, Salt Cube's actually saying something,
yeah, Salt
supportive.
Cubes is actually liking the content for once.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, I've been enjoying these calls. I think they're good.
Yeah, I like listening to them too. But yeah, it's Christianity varies a lot more than you might think. There's so many different sects of it, and there's non-denominational too, and like just a lot of different stuff. And one thing that we do a little differently in Christadelphianism is when you are how when you went to church, Narcissa, what happened exactly? Did you go to like some Sunday school thing and then you listened to a guy talk for an hour?
Okay, it's actually, well, I went to Catholic school, and I think it was on Wednesdays or something. Okay. We would actually just like go as a class, or like I can't remember exactly. It was like part of the school kind of, and
Mhm.
Yeah, it would be like, I guess it would be about an hour long, and there'd be like kneeling, and
Mhm.
it all felt kind of ritualistic. There'd be incense and kind of like preaching, and then like I think sometimes there'd be singing, and yeah, there'd be the bread
Uh-huh.
and the wine.
But was it all the same guy? Did you have like one reverend, one priest?
It would like change over the years.
Right. But
I don't
like,
know if it was
it was like the guy's job pretty much, right?
I
Not like,
guess so. Well,
well,
actually, I remember
not
in
a,
high school, one of the teachers was a priest,
oh, okay.
so it was like connected to
Yeah.
the
Well, yeah,
school.
I guess that's not what I meant. I didn't mean like a paying job, but like that was their role in the church to be a
I
priest,
guess so.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh, how would I pronounce this person's name? Lexi? Is that how I'd say it? Um, I'm not sure if I understand the question. The variant of what? The variant of the Bible my Bible is based off of. Um, but anyway, the thing that's kind of different is I guess we study the Bible than a lot of other sects, because we have a different guy every week go up and give the talk.
Okay.
Um, a different person gives something on a different topic every week, and it's not just reading out of the Bible and saying you need to not sin. I mean, obviously that's a lot of it because that's the base of Christianity. But it's more like giving more philosophies and sometimes still like proof or whatever, or different reasons to believe, different ways um, to go about talking to non-believers, which I guess I didn't pay attention to well enough because I don't know. I feel like I'm having a little trouble just coming up with the right terms and stuff, but um and the Sunday school for adults is like that, where everybody is like a everybody can talk about it. They have like the class like leader or teacher or whatever, and then they and then what they'll do is they'll look at the different translations. They'll go into a concordance which has obviously every word in the Bible, and it will show the Greek translation and the Hebrew translation. The most interesting thing about it, though, is that it shows every single time that one word is mentioned in the Bible in each concordance, and the and it has a number next to it, and obviously there's not perfect translations from Greek and Hebrew to English or whatever language, so they have to make some compromises or whatever. But the concordance shows a different number for each, and so like let's say you're going to Satan. You go to the word Satan, and I'm using this as an example because it was semi recently that I studied this in the concordance. So Satan will have one number next to it, um, for each different time that it is used in the Bible as meaning adversary or enemy. At one point, Jesus calls one of his disciples Satan. Yeah, I mean that doesn't sound very good, does it? But all he's saying is that he said it to Peter, and all he's saying is that Peter's getting in the way. Peter is being an adversary. Peter's being a little annoying, right? But there will be another time where it may mean where it'll have a number next to it each time that it means evil or sin. But never does it say that it means a physical. There's never a translation that says like a physical devil or anything like that. You know what I mean? And that's what I find very interesting, because I feel like a lot of denominations, a lot of sects of Christianity will just go in and they'll look very literally at what the Bible says, and they'll be like, oh, Satan's a bad guy that lives down in hell, and he'll torture you when you die if you're bad and sin a lot. Well, if you study it, it sure doesn't look like that's what it actually meant. You see what I mean? That's what I find different about my church, just as an example.
When I was going through Catholic school, we did have a religion class, which was sort of mixed activities. I think in middle school, I don't know, like 7th grade or something, or 8th grade, I think we had to like memorize prayers and like recite them to like the priest, and then we got a grade. And there was like different activities, like I don't know, just like random stuff. But yeah, nothing in the Bible really stuck with me much at all. And like a lot of what they preached to me, it just did not resonate. And so it sort of just like seemed empty. And also, I guess I have a difference, is that when you say...
Empty is a good word, by the way, for that. It feels very nebulous when a lot of those things where it's just memorizing prayers. Not that it's not important. It's just a lot less important than what they could be doing. But yeah, continue what you're saying.
Yeah, so you said you believe in a potential heaven, but not a potential hell.
Well, I mean, like a kingdom on earth.
Yeah.
Right.
So you believe in a kingdom on earth, but not like a hell on earth?
Exactly.
So
there's no hell at all. There's no what people say is hell that's not a thing. What the I guess the stereotype of what hell is not a thing.
Okay, well, with my outlook on life, and how I was thinking about like humans transcending their problems and everything, and how I kind of like believe that that's a potential future. I think I also believe in a potential hellish future where there is like maybe not eternal, but excruciating like badness. Like,
right.
I believe that's a potential outcome, which I guess kind of feels like it'd be hell to me. I think both things are, or neither. Like, I think neither of these things have to happen. I think maybe things just sort of like continue on.
Right.
And that nothing that extreme like emerges out of reality.
Yeah. I guess it's like, I guess kind of subtle is what you're trying to say.
Right, like I don't know, like I think things could like not be hugely transformed, and things could sort of like remain kind of steady. I think that's kind of like a potential outcome. Because I look at this in terms of like outcomes, like where
Mhm.
are we now and where are we going? That's kind of how I
Mhm.
look at it. And
Mhm.
it's kind of different than Christianity.
Right. Um. Yeah, and it makes sense. Lexi wanted me to say that the balcony broke. He
Fuck.
told
Why
me
is it
to tell you that.
breaking?
How do you have that set up, by the way? How do you have it set up to show that screen region?
It's actually part of Discord's Stream Kit,
Oh, okay.
which is like these browser plugin stuff for OBS.
Well, what about, how do you have the YouTube chat? Is that just a screen region?
That is also a browser source.
Oh,
yeah.
really? All right. Okay, I see. All right, that's
Do you
good to know.
stream? Oh yeah,
Um,
you stream Mario, right?
I wish, but my internet is so bad. If I went to speedtest.net, my upload speed on a good day is like 0.3 mega. I think it measured us in megabits per second for some reason. But whatever, speedtest.com says 0.3.
Okay,
Like,
yeah, that
if you've ever
sucks.
done a test, you can see how that compares. Really. Um, I'd like to, but sadly, I can't really do that. I used to do it sometimes at my friend's house when I played on MU, but now I play on console, and I can't really bring my N64 around. So, but anyway, you can stream Mario Bros. 1 at native. Yeah, but it still would drop frames, Lexi. Trust me, it would look worse and drop frames. It sounds crazy, but it's true. I'm kind of surprised you can hear me right now over this voice chat, because a lot of the times it just doesn't work, and there's like a huge delay, and you can't understand what I'm saying. So I'm glad it's working. All right, let's see. What if people have been saying here? Danielle, what is your opinion on the Old Testament? Compared to the New Testament, you mean? I guess, like, if that's what you mean, it is much. It's definitely different. There's a lot of things that aren't mentioned in the Old Testament that are mentioned in the New Testament. Obviously, Jesus isn't in the Old Testament. But the weird thing about it, that sometimes will confuse me, right? Let's say you're looking at oh, I see what you mean, Lexi. Okay, gotcha. But yeah, the one thing that confuses me, right? So people will look at Leviticus. There's lots of laws in Leviticus that say if you have sex with a man has sex with a man, then he must be stoned. Obviously, that's conveying that whatever the government is should kill the people that do that. And it also says the blood will be on your own hands, meaning that obviously it's your fault.
So how do you determine what
Um,
parts of the Bible to interpret and take seriously versus which parts to ignore and disagree
Right, yeah,
with?
I saw somebody say that before. I was going to get to that in 1 second. But anyway, the thing that contradicts that is just that, or seems to contradict it, is in the New Testament. Jesus, somebody's like about to stone somebody, and Jesus is like, "Now wait a minute, you sinned, why are you killing somebody else who sinned? That's pretty much what he says. Like, you all sinned for you to judge somebody else to kill them. And I don't understand that. I don't get it. There are things that I really don't get. Danielle, if there was one part that I dislike, it would be or any parts, it would be how boring Leviticus is and all of the names that are listed mostly in the Old Testament. The only fun thing about the names is when you're reading with a group of people, like a Bible study, it sounds really funny to go around and hear everybody's creative pronunciations of all the Hebrew names. Okay, so yeah, so that's something I honestly I don't understand it. I really don't, and I don't know how to explain it. But I don't think that's a reason for me to lose faith because I don't understand that one thing. It is important, and I'll look into it and I'll talk to other people. That's another thing. I haven't talked to people about it because I only recently really thought about that. But how do I determine which parts of the Bible to take literally and which not to? So, like I was saying before, we do study the translations, right? And I was saying before, the people who take the Jesus tempted in the wilderness literally, they the people that take that literally are the ones that believe in Satan being a real human being. And the reason why I don't take it literally is because after studying through it in a Sunday school class, it the actual the word Satan is not that's not literally meaning the person Satan. It's just meaning an adversary.
Okay, so Satan as a symbol.
Exactly. Yes, it's a symbol. Now, there are a lot of things where if you're just reading it in Hebrew, it's going to be, if you just straight up New Hebrew and Greek, you're reading the Bible, the original version or whatever, that's still going to be the same thing. It's the original translation. You're still going to see some things that are supposed to be taken literally and some things that aren't. But I've definitely thought about that before. Salt cubes, I definitely have. I've had my doubts before, but anyway, I already went over there. Kind of. So the and the way that you would distinguish those, I suppose, is just to kind of see like what is contradicted in other places. And like I said before, the Bible does seem to contradict itself pretty plainly. Sometimes it looks like it does, at least. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna be like a lot of other people, a lot of other Christians. I don't understand some parts. But yeah, I guess so. So what I'm trying to say is that the way that you would be able to tell the difference would be in that case would be just through your own. Wait 1 second. Did you say something?
No.
Okay, I'm hearing something, some other audio coming from somewhere. I'm not sure what it is. Oh, I see. I had a Twitch page open and somebody hosted somebody and the audio turned on. All right. Yeah. So I guess this is one of the things that I haven't looked into as much, but
So because the fault line matches up and because the Jews are still around, despite all the contradiction, that still remains like a strong enough like justification for belief in the Bible?
Yeah, I guess, well, I guess if you say it that way, it does, make it sound a lot less feasible, or plausible. It's like, it's that, and there's like a certain, see, this is the part that sounds stupid, right? But I'm gonna say it anyway. It's like a very it's like a safe feeling I get when I pray and I talk directly to God. It sounds so dumb. It sounds so dumb when I say it, but in my opinion, it shouldn't, right? And I but that's just how I feel, and I feel like my prayers are being answered, and I feel like they will be answered. And it's if it was easy for me to explain, and if it was easy for me to convince people, then, like I said before, it would just be blind. Everybody would believe it out of fear, I guess.
Do you think
Or
that
everybody would follow it out of fear.
do you think that Christians should try to spread Christianity, or should people be left alone to their own beliefs?
In what way do you mean by spread? Like, just like, not force. Definitely not force. I definitely don't think that.
Yeah, I guess it's hard to define that. Yeah, I don't know. Like,
but
convert
yes,
people in some way.
Plans will be.
Converting people in some way.
Yeah, but converting, like, passively, I guess. Be very just trying to convince people, and talking to people about it is the right thing to do. I feel like what I'm doing is the right thing right now.
This conversation.
I don't think I'm doing.
You mean this conversation?
Yeah, exactly.
I like this conversation.
Yeah, I don't think, I don't think I'm doing a very good job of describing it or anything. I'm sure there's a lot of people I know, a lot of Christadelphians I know, that would do a way better job than I'm doing right now. I don't know about most of them, but a lot of them. And actually, I just got back from California, and there's one guy, a British guy named John Popel, that lives there, and like, I feel like he would do like a really good job of explaining it. I wish I'd talked to him more about it, but so like, can you repeat what you said one more time?
About spreading it, or?
Yeah, that's right. That's what we're gonna say. So, it's definitely right to spread it, and I feel like that's one of the main responsibilities I have, is to do that.
Why?
I mean, that's what the Bible says, is to spread the word, right? But at the same time, the more people that are gonna believe in it, no matter how they come to believe in it, is, well, I mean, no matter under the circumstances, I guess, because blind belief wouldn't happen under these circumstances, but that's a good thing, and that's what God wants. Obviously, God wants people to believe in him and to love him as their creator, right? So he wants the people who already do to spread the word, right? Doesn't that make sense? Does that answer your question at least?
Yeah, I don't know. I was just wondering if like you saw it as something that should be done, trying to spread it.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
And well, yeah, you said like part of the reason is that it's because the Bible kind of tells you to do so, but you've also said that kind of like the Bible seems to be full of contradictions.
Well, no, I don't think it's actually full of contradictions. I just gave an example of one thing that I don't understand. I'm sure there's a reason for it being there.
Do you think the Bible is like perfect?
Yeah. I mean, at least it was at one point. I mean, obviously, if I have to go digging through to find translations of things, and then the current translations that I'm reading are not perfect.
So at one point it was
just,
like perfect, and it's since been like kind of twisted.
Yeah. Well, I think everything important has stayed there. I think another thing is that, God knows that if people are faithful enough and willing enough to follow him, they will study the Bible more, and they will find more about it. I think everything important is still there. I don't think there's anything in the Bible that God doesn't want to be in there, or anything not in there that God wants to be in there. Because
What about stoning the homosexuals or whatever?
right, okay, so that's the thing, right? So you know how, well, it's not. It's more stoning the homosexual act, the people who commit this homosexual acts. I know people that at my church that will say that being gay is a sin, and I think that's 100% wrong, because you can't help that. It's not your choice. But yeah, so it's so you know how in the Old Testament it says not to eat pork. You know what I'm talking about?
I think so.
Yeah, and then that's why Jews don't do it, is because Jews only believe in the Torah, which is like, I don't know, the first 5 books of the Old Testament or something. They don't believe in the New Testament that we believe in. And but in the New Testament,
so you believe the Jews are God's chosen people, and that the fact that Jews still exist is evidence for the Bible being right, but also that the Jews don't believe in the part of the Bible that you believe in?
Yeah, and that's because, like I said before, it's like the Jews are who crucified Jesus, and
my religious
Jews now are
my
different.
knowledge about this stuff is actually pretty not strong. So they're like
yeah. No, I mean, mine isn't the best either.
It's pretty weak, actually, considering all the Catholic school I went through. So
yeah. But yeah, I mean, like, so the Jews, I mean, your knowledge isn't as bad as some people that I know, say that they're atheists without knowing anything at all about anything like that, science or the Bible or anything. But whoops, okay, don't knock my controller off, cat. Thank you. So the so like they don't believe in that part, because I guess okay, so the Jews are who killed Jesus, right? Pilate and those other guys.
Pontius
He
Pilate.
was like the leader. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, like Pilate, he was the guy. He was the governor, like he was like Governor Pilate or something. I don't know, Pilate the governor, and um, he was the one that was like ruling the um the other people who were crucifying Jesus, and they were like mocking him and all that stuff. And those were the Jews at that time. And of course, there were the Jews that still believed in Jesus, like the disciples. And not only the disciples, though, but they were saying, he isn't really the Son of God, he isn't really the King, and they killed him. Of course, he came back to life 3 days later, and that kind of proved a thing or two to some of them. Um, but the reason why Jews now only believe in like the Old Testament of the Bible is the word Jew now doesn't really mean the same as it did in. However, I don't think that when God says the word Jew in the Bible, I don't think that he's like I still think he's talking about what we refer to Jews as now, because there's nothing else he could be talking about when he says that, because how else are we supposed to interpret that? God wouldn't put that in the Bible if he didn't want us to interpret it in the way that he wanted us to interpret it, obviously. But anyway, yeah. So that's why Jews, the people who don't believe the same thing as us, are still God's chosen people. And I'm still like Jen's chosen people. Christians still are, but Jews are like I guess the ones that God said are the ones that will be around forever. But like I was saying, when you asked me about homosexuals being stoned, it was it was at the it was at the beginning in Leviticus. It's not to eat pork, right? And then Jesus in the New Testament says, he's like, all right, well, these are the clean animals, right? Ones that you can eat. Luna, that's a good one. So the reason why Jews are and that's the reason why Jews eat or do not eat pork is because they don't believe in the New Testament, and the New Testament is when they say, oh, all right, you can't eat pork. It's not a contradiction. It's simply like because like eating pork, that's not like gonna be some kind of like a huge wrong sin ever. That it's not like it's that what I don't remember the way it's worded, but I don't believe it's worded in a way. I think it's even referenced. I think the Leviticus verse is even referenced. However, right, so Leviticus is the same place where they mention pork and the homosexuals being stoned. And if one thing can be changed in that location of the Bible, then a lot of
Isn't that your own personal extrapolation?
everything in that. What do you mean? Like, what is what? My own personal extrapolation.
Finding a pattern that you're applying to it on your own free will, not as any sort of like authoritative statement.
Well,
especially considering that you have people in your church that also disagree with what you're saying.
Well, okay. So, personally, right? I'm not a. Well, I think I said before I was like a libertarian. it's, like, I do think it should be legal. I do think gay marriage should be
Well, I know
legal.
that's your view.
I do. Right. But, and I'm sure a lot of people at my church about this specific thing, because this isn't the only thing. This is just a big thing in the outside culture of people who don't believe in the Bible. That's like one thing that a lot of them want to discuss. But there's a lot of other stuff too. But it still is important no matter what. So while I believe that gay marriage should be legal, it's because, well, how's that going to affect me, right? It's the same thing as marijuana, I suppose, in a sense. How is that going to affect me? How is gay marriage going to affect me personally? How is some gay couple married going to affect me? It's not. It's
Okay,
going to
but if
affect
you're
me.
basing your morals,
I say it's
your lag is really bad. Like you're kind of cutting out a little bit when you're talking.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just my saying before.
You're just your internet.
Yeah.
Okay, so why look to the Bible then if you make all these decisions through other means?
Well, but I'm not. Well, no, but it's not that I'm making the decision. What I was gonna say is that I'm not going to marry like okay, I'm not gay. I am straight. So I'm not going another man. But I don't, I wouldn't that it was the right thing for me to do personally, but I don't care. Well, it's not that, but it's not going to affect me what other people do. You see what I mean? It's really hard to explain this. If gay people are, God, it's gonna lag. Well, yeah, technically. Understand what I'm saying, all right?
It's lagging so bad.
Yeah. See, I knew this was gonna. But I should bed. So let me finish my point and hope that you can understand me, all right? Yeah, just what I was. It's just like I don't personally. I don't believe that if I were to marry another man, it would be the right thing to do. However, I do not care.
Do you think it's not the right
What
thing to do
other
because
people
of the
do.
Bible or because you're not gay?
I'm sorry, what did you
Is
say?
it because of the Bible or because you're not gay that you think it would not be the right thing?
Well, I'm not going to do it because I'm not gay. The Bible that it's not.
So the Bible's
that it's
irrelevant
not
in
the right
that
thing to get.
situation then.
Right. However, it doesn't affect it. It's not. I don't hate gay people. I don't.
I know
hate
that.
people. Yeah. I don't. I really. I don't. It doesn't make me like them any less. It does not change my opinion on them in the slightest.
But the Bible does change
Not at all.
other people's opinions on it.
It does.
Yeah.
Or people. Well, wait. What do you mean? Like, you
So
mean,
depending on how you interpret it, you get a different moral worldview.
And I think it's wrong. I think that people who read that and people who say, I guess God hates gay people, the whole Westboro Baptist Church. I think people in general disagree with that. But
So why
people
hold on to
who-
the Bible
people-
if you have to, on your own, make your own, shaping of your moral worldview?
But
why hold on to the Bible
But
then?
my moral worldview still follows the Bible.
But
It
the
still
Bible
follows what
says
the
that
Bible
you
says.
should stone people who have gay sex.
Well, I mean, Jesus says in the New
Yeah,
Testament
but
that you
that's
shouldn't kill people at all.
okay. But
It was just like I said before, I didn't really understand the old law, but either way, like I don't of course it's not right to stone people who do homosexual acts. But in my opinion, I think that my views still do follow the Bible. It's like they're just different from other people's views who follow the Bible. And I think it's very wrong for the people who look at the uh for people who look at for people who like look at gay people. Like, I mean, you've heard about people who make and they won't make one. Some Christians will not make one because because it's for a gay couple, right? You've heard about that, right?
wait, sorry. Can you repeat that?
So some Christians who this is just an example. This is what I've heard. It's happened many times. It's just one example though. And it's like people think it's a sign of where if somebody is working uh, at like a place that makes cakes, right? For like wedding cakes, they make wedding cakes, and then one specific person who works at the company is given the task to create the cake for, again, it says something on it about that. Um, you know, you know, um, and so it's very obvious that that's what they have to do, and the people will not. Can you understand me at all right now?
It's cutting out again.
Okay. But what I'm saying is the people is that some of those Christians will choose not to um will choose not to make that cake for that couple because they think it's supporting the gay marriage. And I think that's wrong. It's not supporting the gay marriage. They're going to get married anyway, no matter if you specific person make the cake for them. In fact, it's the right thing to do. It's the nice thing to do for you to create the cake for them. It's a cake. The cake does not symbolize the wedding. The cake does not. And even if it does, it doesn't. Like, I think that's stupid.
It just seems strange to like hold on to the Bible when people interpret it differently, and it's like it's like you have to delve in and like grab your own meaning out of it, and then that's your brand of Christianity, and everyone's running around with their different brand of Christianity.
Yeah. And a lot of people's are the same just because of what me, personally, I go in and I say what I believe, not based on, at least I try not to make it based on what I specifically want the Bible to mean to me, but what I think it actually means. And what I'm trying to say is that what I what I am what I believe is that is that my personal beliefs there are the right thing to do because it's or the right thing to believe because because it's like nicest thing to do and it's all free will. What's the point in the Bible if there's no free will. I don't know if laws should just be based on should laws just be based on Christianity? I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, there's a difference between having laws that may happen to be Christian just to make for a good for a good like civilization, right? So like one of the 10 commandments is don't kill people, thou shalt not murder, right? It also happens to be a law in the United States and everywhere. And that is because it makes for a good civilization. Obviously, you can't have a civilization where that's not a law. But the reason why gay marriage, in my opinion, shouldn't be illegal, even though the Bible says that it's wrong, is because that is free will. And if you just make it illegal, then what is the where's the free will? People can't do it. It's like, oh, okay, that's just like you're like forcing them not to sin. And I don't even see the point in that. I don't get it. I don't see why people think that that helps to make their own Christian beliefs laws. I don't get that. And a lot of people in my own church would disagree with me on that.
Does all the disagreement bother you when you disagree with other people who are supposedly part of the same faith?
Does it bother me? Yeah. I guess it does bother me. Yeah, it does. And I'm not afraid to speak up to those people at my church. If there are people at my church that I disagree with them, I'm going to be like, wait a minute, I don't get that. Can you explain that to me, why you believe that?
And what if your beliefs don't merge at all and they remain in their beliefs and you remain in your belief and no one's mind get changed? Does that happen when you talk to these people?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you have to expect to happen. One person, I don't want to say it's rare, but it's, you can't just expect one, like for me to be arguing with an adult. I'm only 16. You can't expect me to be arguing with an adult and just be like, just change their mind on something. Sometimes they'll change my mind on things, but when they don't, it's not the end of the world. We still believe the same. Like I said before, this a lot of this like political stuff, when it comes to like the whole that's one of the main things that people who don't believe in the Bible are interested in, right? It's the whole gay marriage and all that stuff. So that's not the only thing that we discuss. That's just it's important, like I said before, but it's not the main thing that we discuss. And it's the main thing that we discuss with non-believers, I suppose. Do you see what I mean?
I do.
Yeah. So it's not like I'm always at church and I'm always like talking about how laws should be made or whatever. What are my opinions on slavery? Yeah, I think I know where you're coming from on that one, Danielle. The verse that says, "If you're a slave, be a good slave, be good to your master, right? And I mean, obviously, I think slavery is very wrong. I think the point in that verse, though, is saying it's a very weird verse to explain, but in my opinion, I think it's just saying do as well as you can at what your job is or what your role is. Because it's not saying, oh, slavery is all right, slaves, slaves should be slaves are all right. That's not what the verse is saying at all. It's just saying what would being a bad slave do for you? No, I'm talking about the one that says masters can beat their slaves as much as they like because they're in there properly, as long as the slave doesn't die. All right. Well, I think it was still good to explain the verse that I did explain, because that was because I do like to talk about that verse that I was talking about. But I know what you're talking about too, Danielle. And I feel like that is probably being literal. That is probably a verse that's being literal, but it's so I guess the reason why it's that, right, is that when you are, I guess I should probably look up let's see, just so I can explain it right, just go to the exact text of this real quick. Here, let me I'm gonna X out of a couple tabs here that are loading videos, and that should help my connection. Has it gotten better at all?
It seems okay right now.
All right, that's good. Okay. All right. Here we go. Full chapter. Anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished. The slave dies as a direct result. But they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is still their property. Yeah. So I think well, one thing is I think it's just quoting a law. More there is it's that the person is to be punished by the law of the land. I don't think that that's just directly saying. Well, let's see. Let's look at the beginning. Oh, all right. Well, I guess it is what it's saying. But yeah, that's another thing that I would have trouble explaining. I think it still does have to do with what I was saying before about the slave, a good slave. However, that doesn't give the person the excuse to beat a literal human being. But I'm not gonna lie. I'm not sure how to explain that verse specifically. You probably have better luck just looking something up, looking up somebody else's explanation on it.
Does it bother you that you have to, like, what am I trying to say? The way that you extract, like, the true, like, the way that you interpret, the way that you, like, extract a meaning from this is, like, you have to, like, go through, like, a lot in order to, like, convert some of the stuff that is said into, like, like, good morals or whatever. doesn't that bother you? Because other people could easily extract their own meaning out of it, very different, and
Mhm.
that they could cite the Bible as a reference for their morals, and they could they could be extremely immoral according to like maybe your morals. Like they could have opposing morals out of the same scripture because you're interpreting it way differently, and it seems that you have to interpret it you have to like kind of twist it a lot in order to like extract what you want out of it.
Well, exactly. But that's not the right thing to do, isn't to... Here, let me just answer it. The Little Merwolf's question here real quick. No, I wasn't trying to justify the Bible permitting slavery. I was just saying I don't know how to explain that. I'm being honest. There are a couple things that I honestly I don't know how to explain well, and you know, yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about that. I'm trying to explain the things that I do know how to explain. And like I said, I'm only 16. I still have yet to learn a lot of the things about that. Okay, so yeah, it's not the right thing to go into the Bible and squeeze what you want out of it and try to stretch it. Try to stretch what the Bible says.
But isn't that kind of what you have to
justify.
do though, or is what you're doing?
Well, no. I mean, no. Just why would that be what I have to do?
Because
I don't see.
it's not it's not spelling things out. You have to like go through this sort of like figurative, literative sort of
Yeah.
oh well it said that you can stone the homosexuals in this part of it, but in this part it also said this, which is contradicted later, so that matches a pattern, which means that other things in this can be changed in order to match like modern day morals or whatever.
Well, yeah. Okay. So you're saying, are you saying that you kind of have to stretch to get like what you want it to say specifically to make it easiest for you, or to just get to stretch it to get what makes the most sense to you?
I'm saying that what you're doing to
Mhm.
to have the Bible make sense for you, like with your morals, such as not hating gay people, for example,
Mhm. Mhm.
that you're like twisting the Bible a lot to like like justify that the Bible is still valid where it has like you're saying that the Bible is very valid, but
Well, I mean, I don't think it's really twisting if you go into actual translations and look at the literal translation of something. I don't think that's really stretching it, is it? That's just looking at what it actually meant, right?
but okay, I don't know the Bible super well, so these different things that you've brought up, like I don't
Right.
know like examples to bring up exactly, just like from what we've talked about though. It seems like
Mhm.
from what the Bible says and from what your own personal morals say, it seems like you want those two things to be in harmony, but they're not.
Right.
And so you have to like twist the meaning in order to get the harmony out of it. And at that point, it's so riddled with contradiction that it doesn't seem like
Okay.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Is that what I made it sound like? Like it was really contradicting with my morals?
Well,
Um,
that you have to make
I
leaps of
guess
like judgment and how you interpret it in order for it to like line up. And that different people do this in a different way to match their own morals. And so some people disagree with each other. And it's like, well, where's the value in all this scripture if it's just like this confusing, contradictory mess?
Like I said, I'm pretty sure that I believe that was only the way that I explained it, because like I said, I don't think I'm doing a good job of explaining. Because I don't understand, because I seem contradictory, right? But I also said that I know that if I talk to somebody, they would be able to explain to me how it's not contradictory. And you know, you may think, okay, well, they would have to stretch it to make it not contradictory. But I don't think that's how it really works, right? Like, the morals. What? Okay, here's what I'm trying to say. You know, the people they hate that they hate gay people, right? Because they're Christian, they hate gay marriage and that stuff. Well, why would they have those morals without what they brought out of the Bible? Because if it didn't exist, I don't think that they would just have to go into the Bible to justify them, right? But they got those morals out of the Bible. And that's why they believe that. That's why like those people that believe that didn't already believe that and then go into the Bible and try to justify it from the Bible.
So you're saying the Bible taught them that?
Yes. The Bible taught
them to be bigots.
Right. That, well, their interpretation of the Bible did, yes. I shouldn't say the Bible.
Okay, and you think they're wrong to be
Bible.
Bigoted then?
Yeah.
So what went wrong then?
Of course.
How did the Bible
fail? It was their interpretation.
How did the Bible then fail for them?
Well, it wasn't the Bible that failed. It's that the people interpreted wrong. It's just one thing. It's a big important thing, but it's not the most important thing, right? It's just it's something that they interpreted incorrectly. You see what I mean?
Why did they interpret it incorrectly?
Well, like, what do you mean, why did they interpret it incorrectly?
Why did they read the Bible and then become bigoted from reading it?
Well, because what they read was, what they read in the Bible is something that is, I think they probably just looked at the surface, and they looked at a piece of text. That's what a lot of extremists do, right?
But who's to say that your interpretation is superior to theirs?
Well, exactly. You can't do that. You can't. I'm not saying that. Like, you know, I can't just say mine's definitely 100% right. I don't think I have said that. It's just, of course, what I believe. I think. I mean, you don't believe in the Bible.
That is correct.
And I do. Right. And you believe that different from me, And that's the same thing. I believe something that I read from the Bible differently uh, than what they believe the Bible means. It's the same. It's the
So
same
we
thing.
all have different beliefs and outlooks.
Yes.
I guess that's true.
Yeah. Exactly. But anyway, I have to get up at 7 a.m. And it's 3 a.m. right
All
now. But is there anything else that you wanted to talk about?
I don't know. I wouldn't mind having another chat later, like another day maybe.
Yeah, that would be
Too
no
bad
problem.
about your internet though.
Yeah. I live out in the middle of the woods. My parents moved here before internet existed, so they didn't know it was going to be like this. Yeah, just hopefully next
And
time
yeah,
it'll be better.
Thanks for the little debate too.
Yeah, so
Sorry if that was unenjoyable or something.
no, it was fine.
I enjoyed it.
No, it was perfectly
Okay.
fine. Yeah, me too. And it was really good talking to you about this, and I'm
Yeah.
glad you and everybody else reasonable accepted, my beliefs, and I thank you for being respectful about that.
Yeah.
So
Have a good night.
yeah, thank you. Yeah, you too. Good night.
Good night. Damn, that was sniped so fast.
Sorry, I wanted to kind of wish you good night if you were gonna head out.
Yeah, I think it's about time.
Good night, stream.
Good night, everyone. That was I enjoyed
miss
that.
you guys.
Also,
I just want to note real quick.
oh yeah.
Sorry. So there was actually a reason why I came in. Somebody who used to debate religion and philosophy with me all the time told me this one thing that actually makes a lot of sense. There are 3 social taboos when it comes to conversation. There is religion, politics, and sex. And the reason why they're social taboos aren't necessarily because they're bad, but because most people's opinions on them happen to be so charged and so passionate that they dictate the base of most of their beliefs. And if you start debating it, people are only going to get heated, because when you start challenging somebody's base of their beliefs, then it becomes really, really easy to flip onto the defensive. And I'm running out of air because I said all that without breathing.
I don't mind.
Yeah.
I don't mind a little bit of heat.
And that's fine. I just felt like I wanted to note it for the sake of noting it, and for the sake of pointing out that you have actually talked about all 3 tonight. Clap, 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 clap.
Nice.
Well, maybe not Trump. Oh, there we go.
Well, maybe these are just interesting conversations.
Most definitely. Well, not saying it's wrong to talk about them. I'm just saying that people tend to be charged, so it tends to elicit
Yeah, I mean,
a rather strong
there
reaction from people.
there was energy. I mean, I didn't like try to be cruel or anything, but I don't know. There was a little bit of energy happening.
Mhm.
But I didn't mind that. Like, I don't know.
No,
I think I don't
I
mind
thought-
that these are taboo subjects or whatever. Maybe that just makes them more interesting to talk about.
Well, I didn't call them taboo subjects, but
Yeah.
taboo of conversation. Although some people might classify them as such. Me personally, I just don't really like organized religion because I don't like other people telling you what you need to think. But I also have the habit of accidentally doing that exact thing that I hate. And I hate when I do that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind. I wouldn't mind talking more about religion another day, but the thing is, like, I don't know, like I don't know the Bible very well at all, and I don't know.
It's hard to talk about something when you don't have a
Yeah, but I also I don't know.
base of knowledge.
There's things to talk about regarding it though. Like, even though I don't have like knowledge of certain things, like, there's still a conversation to be had, and like maybe I would just need someone to like, if sometimes there's missing details where it's like I don't know. I still think it's an interesting conversation, like, regardless, because I think a lot about I don't know. I think a lot about I don't know, transcendence and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know. I don't mind talking about religion, or like kind of debating it a bit, or like challenging someone's beliefs a bit, even if I don't know, it comes across
a
a
little
little
challenging
bit.
is healthy.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's fine.
The further we alienate people, the further we don't talk about this kind of stuff, the further we become split.
Sometimes I feel like we're all
from
splitting
each other
apart. And at
unable
the end
to
of that
actually-
conversation,
Yes,
okay,
and unable to actually get to the table.
at the end of the conversation that I just had, it was sort of like, well, everyone has a different interpretation and everyone has their own outlook. And that's what we both agreed upon. Like, is that the conclusion here? Is that like everyone is an individual splitting apart? We're not coming together or something? I don't know.
To a large degree, when the conversation first switched to religion, one of my earliest questions was, which variant of the Bible is this all based off of? Because different sects of Christianity believe different versions of the Bible, which admittedly strike half of them from half people's conversations to begin with. The fact that that his sect actually reads further than the King James actually says a lot to me. So I actually respect that. So don't get me wrong. Even though I said in the chat I'm not Christian anymore, I'm not Catholic anymore, but I do respect going further to the source, because that actually solves a lot of the issues I have. But that's neither here nor there. The other thing is, I hate leaving streams on heavy thoughts, and I hate leaving conversations mostly on heavy thoughts. So I just wanted to cheer up everybody and or switch the subject with something wacky and random. Couldn't think of anything other than Yoshi. That wouldn't help most people.
Yeah, we got lots of Yoshi today.
So just gonna say, did you notice the Easter egg that me and Term did in the middle of the stream?
Oh shit. Maybe not.
We in the balcony chat.
Wait, you what in the balcony?
We played tic-tac-toe in the balcony.
Oh, I saw that for a minute, but I like wasn't really paying attention, but I did see some emoji.
You won.
Nice. I think if you like play tic-tac-toe correctly, it's like draw 100% of the time.
Oh yeah, which is why I even told him that I didn't play to win, I play to have fun. Thank you very much. That kind of thing is really difficult to coordinate, but I'm happy we did. And also, there is some people eating people? Question mark? No, people eating cake. Easy to make that confusion in the chat. So the only other thing I could think of is to sing a lullaby, and I don't think you're gonna sing a lullaby.
No.
Yeah. Don't look at me.
Anyway, yeah, okay. Thank you all.
Sleep tight, everybody.
I'm gonna go to sleep now. So, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Alright. Thank you for watching the stream. And goodbye. I like the one-on-one conversations. I'll probably do more of them, actually.